Chapter 501. The sword spirit in Chu Yang's mind suddenly flipped violently. His face was full of excitement, causing the entire space to vibrate as if it was dancing. "Have we arrived at the northern ice field of the three heavens?" the sword spirit asked excitedly. "Yes," Chu Yang replied. "Great, you're finally here." The sword spirit somersaulted excitedly in the space and said, "I've been looking forward to this day for a long time." Chu Yang was confused. "My sword spirit is sealed here." The sword spirit laughed. "It's under the northern ice fields. As long as you can find it, my strength will increase exponentially. The other functions of the space will also be activated. Your cultivation base will also increase greatly. The more help I can't give you, the more." He smiled happily and said, "The most important thing is that the quality of the tribulation sword has finally increased by another level." "I see." Chu Yang's heart was burning with excitement. The cold air spread from the soles of his feet all the way up. The tribulation sword tip in his dantian suddenly shook violently. An extremely excited emotion was clearly transmitted to Chu Yang's heart. What's going on? Chu Yang's heart was beating wildly. He felt that the sword edge and the sword blade were also vibrating intensely with the excitement of the sword tip. There are countless natural treasures growing on the northern ice fields. Because it's cold here, there are very few people, so it's preserved, the sword spirit said excitedly. And after the tribulation sword swallowed so many precious materials and herbs, it's finally going to advance again, to prepare for the fourth part of the tribulation sword. And this opportunity is here. In the northern ice fields, the sword spirit said with a smile, "I forgot to tell you. After the tribulation sword advances this time, it will give birth to a new ability. That is, it can create elixirs to increase anyone's cultivation, and there won't be any future worries." Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He was pleasantly surprised. The sword spirit said, "Just like your brothers, you can promote them to the emperor level and then take the heavy elixir to raise their state of mind to the peak of the monarch level. All the previous masters of the tribulation sword have used this method to promote their brothers, so as to form an invincible power that can flatten the heavens. It's just that it will take a long time." "I see." Chu Yang's eyes lit up. "But you have to be careful. There are several extremely terrifying auras in this northern wilderness. These auras have already left for a long time, but their remnant auras make me feel very formidable. If by any chance we meet such people, I can't come out to help you, because they will discover my existence. That would be even more dangerous for you." The sword spirit reminded. "So powerful?" Chu Yang frowned. "How can there be such a powerful existence in the lower three heavens? These people aren't from the lower three heavens. They have come to the northern wilderness to do something." The sword spirit comforted him. "Therefore, you don't have to worry. That's because the heavens law enforcers will take action as soon as 2 or more of these people appear. In this vast wilderness, there have been 4 such powerful auras. Then, one of them must be a law enforcer." "What are the cultivation levels of these auras?" Chu Yang asked. "It's hard to say." The sword spirit was silent for a while. Then, he said, "In this world, there are many geniuses who live in seclusion. They are extremely talented, but they do things their own way. Their temperaments are indifferent. They often have powerful cultivation levels, but no one knows their names. Every single one of these existences is a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Once they make a move, it will be earth-shattering." Sword Spirit Wei sighed and said, "For generations, the Tribulation Sword Master has been the most powerful in the heaven. In fact, this is indeed the case. But don't forget one thing. The most powerful thing about the past Tribulation Sword Masters is the Tribulation Sword, not the Tribulation Sword Master himself. And the most powerful thing about these existences is their own bodies." The Sword Spirit said heavily, "If the Tribulation Sword Master has all the Tribulation Swords, these people won't be his opponents. But if the Tribulation Sword Master uses another sword to fight against these people, he will definitely lose. He warned heavily, he will definitely die. These people respect the Tribulation Sword Master. They don't come out to cause trouble, but they don't respect the current Tribulation Sword Master, but the extraordinary person who created the heaven. The sword spirit said, before you get the tribulation sword completely, or before you get the seventh fragment of the tribulation sword, you don't have the ability to protect yourself. Once you meet such existences, you must be careful. You must be careful. So, there are such people in this world, Chu Yang murmured. Suddenly, he felt that the world in front of him had become more colorful. Such people are rare, but they definitely exist. The sword spirit said, for example, Qin Feng and Lu Yun, the two supreme martial artists. Although they have been alive for 10,000 years, they may not be dead. Supreme martial artists can't live as long as the world, but they can delay aging indefinitely. If that's the case, those people who once followed the Tribulation Sword Master to conquer the world and the past Tribulation Sword Masters should be supreme martial artists themselves, right? They may not be dead? Chu Yang asked, puzzled. The sword spirit suddenly became silent. He didn't answer this question at all. He fell into an absolute silence. Chu Yang could even feel his thoughts. I won't say it, even if you beat me to death. Chu Yang helplessly shook his head and smiled. After sorting out his thoughts, he quickly threw these strange stories to the side and thought, how can such a thing be so easy to encounter? The sword spirit's remnant soul had returned to its place, and the tribulation sword had been upgraded. This had greatly increased the strength of his brothers. Chu Yang was already very satisfied with this. His brothers saw that Chu Yang was so happy. So, they all asked for the reason. Chu Yang laughed out loud. He was in a very happy mood. There are friends in the northern wilderness. There are also enemies. There are murderous and hot-blooded people. There are also brothers. There are feelings. Chu Yang laughed boldly, brothers. You must know that this northern wilderness is going to be the biggest transformation between us. The biggest transformation? What transformation? The brothers were somewhat puzzled. The northern wilderness is full of murderous vibes. The heavenly imperial court is built from here. Chu Yang recalled the sword spirit's reminder and the excitement of the tribulation sword in his dantian. He looked up to the sky and shouted, countless opportunities are also here. It will be the time for a fish to transform into a dragon when we leave this place. This is an opportunity given by the heavens. How can we miss it? He laughed out loud. Then, he looked up to the sky and shouted. His shout was so fierce that it pierced through the clouds. He then said fiercely, the world-defying heavens. From today onwards. Shua Du Xing's eyes emitted a sharp cold light. He muttered, the world-defying heavens. From today onwards. I suddenly feel a lofty feeling in my chest. A long shout was heard from afar. A clear and bright voice laughed. The world-defying heavens is indeed very bold. And it's also very boastful. A blue silhouette came from the sky. He flashed in the sky like a meteor and landed in front of Chu Yang. He then said with a smile, King of Hell Chu, I have been waiting for you for a long time. It was Dukyu. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. He said, my debtor has finally arrived. Dukyu, where are your white crystals? Dukyu exposed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. We haven't seen each other for a long time. And you want to pay the debt as soon as we meet. Is my credit so bad? What kind of credit do you have if you don't pay the debt? Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, hurry up. I need it urgently. He couldn't help but be anxious. The little girl had been very quiet these days, especially when she saw Chu Yang and the others practicing martial arts. Her eyes became even more bitter. Chu Yang was very distressed. The most direct way to untie the little girl's heart was to let the tribulation sword work with the heavy pill to cure her 3 meridian. Then, Emo Qingwu could continue to practice. She wouldn't feel pain in her chest every time she practiced like she was now, and the key to the improvement of the tribulation sword was the white crystal or in Dukyu's hands. Dukyu snorted and said, fine, come, I will first pay the debt to you. Then, he jumped up and said, follow me. Chu Yang carried Emo Qingwu on his back and followed closely behind. Shua Duxing and the others also jumped up. They were like a long line of dragons whistling in the wind and snow. They ran on the slippery ice field. In an instant, they had covered dozens of miles. The The wind and snow were getting heavier and heavier. Suddenly, a strange cry came from afar in front of the wind and snow. A spirit beast of the same level has appeared. Dukyu, who was running like lightning, suddenly stopped. He stood on the slippery ice field like a nail. Without any hesitation, he changed his direction and said, "Let's go and take a look." His green robe fluttered, and he went more than 500 feet away. Chu Yang didn't have time to stop. He had already rushed more than 1,000 feet on the slippery ice field. Then, he turned around and followed him while cursing. This bastard. Why did he change his direction halfway? Is he trying to renege on his debt? Everyone flew in that direction. Except for Chu Yang, everyone was very interested in the mysterious spirit beast of the same level. After all, it was the main goal of everyone's trip. Outside the ice plains, several hundred li away, two figures were walking over. Although the two of them had walked together, their movements, expressions, demeanor, and appearance, no matter which aspect it was, they were completely different. Looking at these two people, anyone would have a feeling. These are people from two different worlds. Absolutely so. This kind of feeling. One was walking leisurely, and the other was running fast. One looked calm and elegant, and the other was anxious and impatient. One's green robe fluttered as if he was taking a stroll. The other's black robe fluttered as if he was fighting for his life. The other's facial features were regular, and he looked like a gentleman. His beard fluttered in the wind. He looked like a celestial being. His expression was indifferent, as if he didn't care about anything in this world. But the other's appearance was, damn, this appearance is really indescribable. It's absolutely indescribable. There are many ugly people, but such an ugly person has never been seen in the history of the heavens. This person's appearance is definitely unprecedented in the history of the heavens. Chapter 502. These two were Meng Chao Ran and Tan Tan. Meng Chao Ran helplessly frowned and said, "Tan Tan, I have something to discuss with you." Tan Tan was shocked and said, "Please say it, master." Meng Chao Ran's face was full of black lines. He said weakly, "You don't have to be so shocked when we are together, right? You are beautiful. I have raised you for 18 years. Don't you know? Why are you so shocked in front of me?" Tan Tan acted as if he didn't hear anything. He skillfully tidied his hair with his hands. He raised his head and shook his hair. Then, he skillfully took out a mirror from his bosom. He suddenly shouted in shock, "Master, master, look! I haven't looked in the mirror for a few days. I have become more handsome." Meng Chao Ran's face was full of black lines. "Just pretend I didn't say anything." He was extremely depressed as he walked forward. Tan Tan carefully looked at himself in the room. Then, he smugly said, "Motherfucker, you've become even more handsome." If Xie Danfeng were to see this, she would definitely be charmed to death. In his bosom, a golden fish tail suddenly stretched out powerlessly and shook twice. Meng Chao Ran sighed. Even the divine chi-gathering fish is disgusted. Tan Tan tidied up his appearance in front of the mirror. Then, he crooked his mouth and squinted his eyes to make a few expressions. Then, he looked very shocked in front of the mirror. Then, he said, "Master, do you think Chu Yang will go this time?" "He will definitely go," Meng Chao Ran said with certainty. "I heard that the bride-snatching battle was very lively. Unfortunately, I didn't make it." Tan Tan looked at Meng Chao Ran with hidden bitterness. "It is all your fault, master. I had to break through the bottleneck at that time." Meng Chao Ran's face was like iron. He turned a deaf ear and sped up. He left this shameless disciple far behind. Too shameless. You reached the bottleneck and the opportunity to break through. That's why you were delayed. Now, you want to blame me for this? Do you know how difficult it is for a martial artist to encounter such an opportunity? You were a bastard just now. If Meng Chao Ran's self-cultivation was not so good, he would have grabbed this little guy and punched him. "Senior brother, if you see me, you definitely won't recognize me." Tan Tan was so happy that he couldn't help but take out a mirror to look at himself. Then, he said in self-pity, "Chu Yang looks so shabby. He's never seen such a handsome guy like me." Meng Chao Ran's silhouette flashed. He couldn't bear it any longer and hurriedly rushed back. He grabbed Tan Tan's lapel and fiercely shouted, Shut up. If you dare to say another word, then scram back to your training. You are not allowed to come out again. Meng Chao Ran's elegant face was somewhat distorted. That was too fucking unbearable. Ever since this guy had discovered that shock could improve one's appearance, he had been living in an abyss of suffering and suffering. Being with this disciple every day, Meng Chao Ran felt his temples throbbing every day. I'm really worried that the next moment, I'll get a nervous headache, and Tan was flabbergasted as he looked at his master. He wanted to ask, but he didn't dare to. However, his eyes were full of shock. This time, he didn't need to be shocked. He could be shocked. Meng Chao Ran felt powerless as he saw Tan's expression. He slowly loosened his grip and let go of Tan. He said, "Your master couldn't control his temper. But can you not be so narcissistic, master? You've wronged me too much." Tan pursed his lips in grievance. He felt that he had suffered a great injustice. He even felt like crying. "I'm not narcissistic at all. I'm so handsome. How can I be narcissistic?" Meng Chao Ran's temples bulged. He heaved a deep sigh and weakly loosened his grip. Then, he said in a grief-stricken tone, "Let's go." Okay. The master and disciple had arrived at Mt Dingjun by the time that the place was empty. They had arrived 3 days late. Then, they had heard that a spirit beast had appeared in the northern wilderness. So, Meng Chao Ran had brought Tan here to gain experience. Gaining experience was one thing, but Meng Chao Ran's main purpose was to hand Tan over to Enyang. Then, he would go to a faraway place and immerse himself in cultivation. Meng Chao Ran felt that he could live a few more years even if he couldn't see this guy for a lifetime. I've had enough. People who hadn't stayed with Tan for a long time wouldn't know what kind of torture this was. For example, if you saw Sister Feng flirting with infinite narcissism in front of you every day, I think a man would go crazy in a very short time. It was a miracle that Meng Chao Ran had persisted for so long. Both of them had been gaining experience in the Zhonglan battlefront for more than a year. Tan's divine chi gathering fish had grown to more than 2 feet long. It usually nestled in Tan's bosom obediently. It didn't need to stay in the water anymore. It could gather spirit energy on its own. So, it didn't need to worry about food and drink. The spirit energy of the world had been absorbed by the divine chi gathering fish. So, it didn't need to be converted into internal spirit energy. Moreover, it was enough for both of them to practice martial arts at the same time. The strength of both the master and disciple had increased at lightning speed during this period of time. Meng Chao Ran hadn't thought that he would be able to continuously break through bottlenecks by basking in the glory of his disciple. Tan had broken through to the revered martial artist level in a short period of time. And Meng Chao Ran had also broken through to the 8th grade of king level. Meng Chao Ran had discovered a very strange thing along with the practice of martial arts. The divine chi gathering fish had been absorbing more and more spirit energy as it grew. And its progress had been getting faster and faster. In particular, the higher the level of cultivation had been, the faster the breakthrough had been. This phenomenon was really mysterious to a certain extent. In particular, the water that the divine chi gathering fish needed for its daily life was completely condensed from spirit energy. Meng Chao Ran and Tan drank a mouthful of it every day. And their cultivation had been advancing at a tremendous pace. Meng Chao Ran had also discovered a problem. That was, Tan could drink the spirit energy water condensed by the divine chi gathering fish any way he wanted. Even if he drank 1,000 mouthfuls, this guy would quickly go and make more. But the divine chi gathering fish would fiercely glare at Meng Chao Ran every time he drank a mouthful of it. It was as if it had a spiritual wisdom. Moreover, this broken fish would only gather a large amount of spirit energy when it was beside Tan during its daily practice. And its belly would turn upside down if Tan wasn't around. In fact, it would simply defecate. Meng Chao Ran was puzzled by this discovery. Tan had abused this strange fish a lot. He had thrown it into the cesspool on the first day he had obtained it, and he had become even more severe after that. He would often pull it out and study it whenever he had nothing to do. He wanted to know why this fish was able to gather the spirit energy of the world. Tantan had been very diligent in his research. He had once put the divine chi-gathering fish in water. Then, he had used a cloth to wrap its mouth, nose, and eyes. It had almost suffocated to death. Later, he had fished it out of the water and exposed it to the sun, and it had almost lost its skin. It would have died if it hadn't learned how to transform spirit energy into water. Then, Tantan had removed several scales from the divine chi-gathering fish's body and had crushed them for research. The most outrageous thing was that he had used a small knife to cut a piece of the fish's flesh, and this strange fish had almost lost its life. It could be said that this divine chi-gathering fish wouldn't have been able to live for more than 3 days without Meng Chaoran's help. Meng Chaoran had constantly stopped Tantan's atrocities, and he had saved the divine chi-gathering fish's life at least 30 or 50 times. However, this strange fish didn't care about Meng Chaoran at all. Instead, it seemed to be very close to Tantan. Meng Chaoran was very knowledgeable, but he sometimes felt depressed. What's so good about this little fish? Why is this fish so dead set on him? Meng Chaoran sighed as he thought of this. He pointed to the front and said, "We will enter the northern wilderness in another 500 miles. Chu Yang should have arrived there by now." Tantan was overjoyed. He jumped up and said in a shocked manner, "That's great. That's great. I must give that unprepossessing Chu Yang a big surprise this time. A beautiful man like me who can cause the downfall of a nation will appear in front of him." Waha! Meng Chaoran suddenly turned his head. His complexion turned ashen. He was speechless as he ran away with tears in his eyes. "I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Oh God!" Chu Yang and the others were approaching. They could only hear the strange cry getting closer and closer. It seemed that this spirit beast was being besieged. However, the cry of this spirit beast was loud and clear, but it didn't sound like it was in pain. It seemed that this guy didn't care about the people who were besieging it. They passed through an almost transparent ice wall, and they saw the scene in front of them. Everyone was shocked. They saw a monster that was hundreds of feet tall. It was brandishing its 2 huge claws. Its body was like a small mountain, but it was as agile as a spirit monkey. It was jumping and leaping. Its movements were very agile. Many broken corpses were lying in the vicinity. Many people were seriously injured. They were moaning as they rested. There were still hundreds of people present, and they were fiercely besieging this monster. However, their attacks were clearly not enough to threaten the 1-grade spirit beast. What kind of monster is this? Chu Yang asked in his mind. The sword spirit disdainfully glanced at it and said, "It's just an ancient ice bear. How can such a stupid thing be called a spirit beast?" "Ancient ice bear?" Chu Yang asked. "Yes." The sword spirit replied, "The ancient ice bear is also called the giant bear of the wilderness. It's an 8th-grade spirit beast. It's usually 30 feet tall and weighs more than 3,000 kilograms. But its body will suddenly expand by 10 times in an emergency, and its strength will also increase by 10 times. Its most effective means of attack is its body. It can spit out icicles from its mouth. These icicles can be used as lethal weapons, but it will consume a lot of its cultivation every time it spits them out." Chapter 503. Well, its real function is its left front palm. Chu Yang was speechless. He looked at this majestic giant bear that was surrounded by dozens of king-level experts. But the sword spirit said that it was useless. Duke Yu was also disappointed. He muttered, "Motherfucker, how did this thing come out? What kind of spirit beast is this?" He suddenly became angry. "This is a waste of my time." Then, he suddenly shouted, "Everyone, get out of my way. Are you all going to give food to this monster by squeezing in here?" Everyone who was fighting was furious. They turned around and saw a figure rushing over at lightning speed. Duke Yu's green robe fluttered in the wind. His body tore through the air and tore apart the snowflakes. A thunderous sound echoed in the sky. His body brought about a strong airflow and sent dozens of king-level experts flying. He arrived on top of the ancient ice bear's head. He didn't say anything and ferociously kicked the shoulder of this big bear. The ice bear let out a loud roar, and its mountain-like body was kicked into the air. It flew 70 to 80 feet away and landed on an ice peak with a loud bang. The ice peak shattered into pieces with a series of crashing sounds. Then, it jumped up and looked at Dukyu in horror. Dukyu was about to fly over. Then, it suddenly screamed, turned around, and ran away. This arrogant monster had been swaggering around a moment ago, but it was now running away with its tail between its legs after being kicked by Dukyu. This shocking scene made everyone open their mouths and eyes wide open. They looked at Dukyu as if they were looking at an immortal. Is he still human? Dukyu didn't give chase. Instead, he landed on the ground with his clothes fluttering in the wind. He looked at the group of people with disdain and said in a disdainful manner, "Trash like you actually dared to chase after a spirit beast. Do you know that a spirit beast's fart can kill you? You're so ignorant. Why aren't you getting out of my way? Do you want to die?" That group of people obviously came from several clans. Dukyu's words were unpleasant to hear, but they didn't dare to refute him. They didn't even dare to look at him with angry eyes. They just smiled and retreated. "I'm asking you to get out of my way. Don't you understand?" Dukyu was furious. He rushed forward and kicked a man's butt. With a pa sound, the man immediately rolled forward like a rubber ball. "That's how it should be. Get out of my sight. Otherwise, you'll die." Dukyu was clearly a little irritable. He kicked 7 or 8 times in succession and kicked the 7 or 8 king-level experts like rubber balls. The group of people dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. They could only bow down and choose to scram in humiliation, quickly leaving. Even after these people had rolled away and disappeared from his sight, Dukyu's anger still hadn't subsided. "Brother Yu's temper is a bit big today." Chuyang gently smiled and asked, "This Duke came here for the spirit beasts. Only spirit beasts are of great use. Yet, I ran into a bastard bear that pretends to be a spirit beast." Dukyu snorted and said, "If the commotion this time was caused by this bear, then wouldn't we have made a wasted trip? This level of spirit beast. How could it be so easy to see?" Sigh. At the end of his speech, he actually sighed. "I see." Chuyang secretly nodded. He thought that this was the reason. No wonder he didn't even care about the inner core of this ice bear. It turned out that he only had one goal, and that was to find a spirit beast. We've seen many spirit beasts before. Most of them were 5th or 7th grade. They weren't very powerful either. Why is this ice bear so tyrannical when it's only 8th grade? Shua Duxing came forward and asked, "How can 7th grade and 8th grade be compared? This is the difference between heaven and earth." Dukyu said angrily, "Moreover, this ice bear is at the peak of 8th grade. It needs a strong opportunity in time to break through to the 8th grade. This is also the reason why I didn't kill it." Chuyang laughed. "So, Brother Yu is still waiting for this big guy to break through? In case we can't find a spirit beast, then this ice bear can barely be used after it breaks through," Dukyu said with a gloomy face. While talking, everyone used their movement techniques and set off towards the depths of the wilderness. By nightfall, they had already run for thousands of miles. A towering mountain stood in front of them. "That's my home." Dukyu stopped his footsteps and looked at the ice peak in a somewhat melancholy manner. His voice carried a trace of nostalgia as he said, "I grew up here. I've been here since I can remember. Ha, I don't have parents, relatives, masters, or friends. The only thing that has been accompanying me has always been here. This ice peak." Chuyang and Shua Duxing looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. "I didn't leave here until I reached the Emperor level. Then, I went to the upper 3 heavens." Dukyu sighed as he looked at the familiar scenery of this place. He said in a low voice, "I didn't know why other people have parents, but I don't. I always felt that it was unfair because of this, but I later found out that other people don't have parents because they are dead, missing, or abandoned. But I don't have any parents at all." Chuyang pondered over these words in his heart. Suddenly, he felt extremely shocked. "I don't have any parents at all. What does this mean?" Inside Chuyang's mind, the sword spirit also opened his eyes wide in shock. He muttered, "So, he is what?" The sword spirit didn't continue to speak. I wandered in the upper three heavens for several years. But I finally felt that there was nothing fun to do there. So, I offended a big clan in order to save a person. And the person I saved immediately betrayed me. So, I was chased down by 3 saint-level experts of that big clan. Hee, I was finally caught. Then, I was crippled, and my aptitude was destroyed. Ha ha ha. How can I be a good person? Chu Yang and the others were full of amazement. They hadn't expected that this handsome Dukyu of the upper three heavens was the minister of the dark bamboo. And he had such a tragic past. Dukyu forced a smile. His face was full of bitterness. In the face of this icy mountain, his mentality seemed to have suddenly become somewhat weak. They thought that I would die for sure. Unfortunately, I didn't die. Moreover, I escaped. I went through many twists and turns in the upper three heavens. Then, I started from scratch, and I arrived here step by step. Then, I wandered in the upper three heavens and met Jun Shizhu. Dukyu faintly smiled. I lost the bet. So, I promised to do something for her. But, I must take revenge for what happened in the upper three heavens. Dukyu's green robe fluttered in the wind. He stood in front of the ice peak and insipidly said, "This is my experience. Isn't it monotonous?" "It's not monotonous." Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "It's very rocky. And it's also very admirable. I can't guarantee that I wouldn't have reached your level if I had encountered your situation. Our physiques are different." Dukyu gently smiled and said, "We have fundamental differences." His green robe fluttered in the wind. Then, he insipidly said, "Come with me. I'll fulfill my promise to you and repay my gambling debt." Second update. I'm not in good spirits today. That's all. Anquan gave me a fierce blow. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The real reason is, I want to learn how to drive this afternoon. I've been trying to get a driver's license for almost a year now. I failed the road test once. So, I'll fail 10 times if I don't pass now. The instructors of my driving school have started to give me gifts. They call me Grandpa when they see me. But it's useless. I can't pass the test even if they call me Grandpa. Do you think I can pass the test just because I want to? Motherfucker. Who doesn't want to pass the test? This afternoon, I drove my cousin's Mercedes-Benz to practice driving. And I rushed into the flower bed of the development zone. I'm still sweating now. I'm scared. The car is fine. But my cousin doesn't want me to come. Sigh. I'm going to sleep first. I'll sweat it out first. Chapter 504. Dukyu floated forward and said indifferently, "Only Chu Yang, you can come with me. The rest of you can wait here. After all, I only owe Chu Yang, not you." Asterisk asterisk Baidu search network high quality update asterisk asterisk Chu Yang gestured for Gu Duxing and the others to wait here for a while. Then, he followed Dukyu alone. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang looked at each other and saw the understanding in each other's eyes. Luo Kudi and GMO were a little angry. However, Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were cold and lonely people. They could understand Dukyu. Although they didn't have the same twists and turns as Dukyu, the two of them had this feeling before. Moreover, one's status and strength also determined one's habits and mood. Therefore, Gu Duxing looked at Dukyu's back with eyes full of understanding, envy, and pity. He envied his strength and pitied his loneliness. It was easy for a person at the lowest level to make friends. He could call his friends to play with him all day long. That was because there were too many people like him. But once he had a certain status, the number of true friends would start to decrease. That kind of defense would arise in his heart for no reason. He would subconsciously keep a distance from others. This made the word friend become a natural moat, and a person at the top would only have subordinates and allies left. The word ally also had the word friend in it. But the unfamiliarity and vigilance could sometimes make people feel worse than facing an enemy. If he was a dictator, he could only be lonely. This was also the reason why the emperors of the past could only be called loners, because their status determined that they would never, ever have friends. Perhaps they also desired to have friends in their hearts. But, in reality, they could only be lonely. No one would dare to make friends with such people. Chu Yang was lamenting about this matter in his heart. If one wanted to have both strength and friends, they would have to be like him. They would have to work hard and improve together with their brothers to reach the peak together. This kind of friendship that had become a habit, an instinct since young, could last forever. Chu Yang decided that no matter what, he couldn't be as lonely as Duke Yu. He could feel that Duke Yu's emotions were obviously very intense and extreme at this moment. If someone provoked him at this moment, it would definitely be as terrifying as a volcanic eruption. As for Duke Yu's emotional fluctuations, it should be because of the sudden appearance of the ancient ice bear, which had aroused his resentment towards the spirit beasts. So, what kind of use would a spirit beast have for Duke Yu? No matter what the use was, it was definitely going to be huge, right? Otherwise, Duke Yu would not have lost his composure like this. Duke Yu had grown up in this place since he was a child. He could kick a peak 8th grade spirit beast more than 30 meters away with a single kick. Could it be that he had never seen a peak grade spirit beast before? Or perhaps there was no other way? Then, how terrifying would a spirit beast be? Was there really such a huge difference in just one level? Chu Yang pondered over these things in his heart. He seemed to have thought of something. Theoretically speaking, there should be a difference of one level. The difference is like the difference between heaven and earth, right? But why wasn't the level difference that big before this? Could it be that spirit beasts had to cultivate the same way as humans? The higher the level, the stricter the hierarchy and the distinctions between the two? He was silent the entire way as he followed Duke Yu into the icy mountain. Duke Yu's green robe fluttered in the wind as he arrived at the foot of the mountain. Chu Yang suddenly discovered that this icy peak was very different from the other peaks. It was actually vertical. Moreover, it was one from top to bottom. Rather than saying that this was a cloud-piercing mountain, it would be better to say that this was an entire piece of ancient mysterious ice. This is my home. Duke Yu clasped his hands behind his back as he stood at the foot of this icy peak. His back was facing Chu Yang. He seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life as he lightly said, "You are the first guest in my home after so many years." As he spoke, he shook his sleeves and revealed his clean hands. Then, he grabbed a ball of ice and snow from the air and carefully wiped his 10 fingers. With a thought, the whistling ice and snow covered his entire body. Then, it dissipated with a bang. Chu Yang had a feeling that the current Duke Yu was much cleaner than before. He actually washed his entire body before entering his home. It could be seen how much he loved this home of his. My home needs to be clean when I enter it and leave it clean when I come out. When I come and go, it must not be tainted with dust. When I come and go, it must not be tainted with dust. Duke Yu softly said, "Only I can enter this place. Even if I get married in the future, only I can enter. Even my wife and children can't enter this home of mine." He gently smiled as if he was filled with helplessness. Then he said, "But now there is one more you." As he spoke, he stretched out his hands and clasped them together in front of his chest. Then, he slowly separated them. Suddenly, a pure and holy white light appeared between his hands. The white light flashed and fiercely shone on the ice wall of the icy peak. Then, a wave of pure heaven and earth energy suddenly spread out from this ice wall. Chu Yang smelled it and felt comfortable all over. Then, a door silently appeared on the ice wall. The inside of the door was filled with gentle white light. This door appeared so naturally, just like this ice mountain. It existed so naturally. Duke Yu's hands hung down as he looked at this door with infinite longing. He gently exhaled and said, "Please come in, Chu Yang." Chu Yang hesitated for a moment and said, "Since your wife can't enter, then wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to enter? Why don't I wait for you outside?" "No need. My wife can't enter, but it doesn't mean that you can't as well." Duke Yu's eyes flashed. He said, "I don't want you to enter either, but I feel that you should." Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "Okay." Following behind Duke Yu, he walked into this magical icy peak. Before he walked in, he turned back to take a look. He was looking in the direction where Gu Duxing and the others were, but he only saw the wind and snow all over the sky. He didn't see anything else. It was as if Gu Duxing, Imo Qingwu and the others had all suddenly disappeared at this moment. "They can't see this place. and you can't see them either. Dukyu said coldly, if I don't want others to see my residence, even supreme martial artists can't see it. This has nothing to do with cultivation, but is the principle of heaven and earth, the private nature of heaven and earth. Dukyu laughed mischievously. Chuyang didn't know why, but he felt that Dukyu's laughter was full of ridicule and coldness. It was as if he didn't care about the principle of heaven and earth, the private nature of heaven and earth that Dukyu had just said. The moment the footsteps of the two people disappeared inside the door suddenly disappeared from the world. What appeared between the heaven and earth was still that icy peak that didn't seem to be any different from the other peaks. It stood there silently. After Chuyang went in, he was startled. This mountain peak was indeed a hole. However, the space inside seemed to be formed by nature. The white light in the surroundings came from nowhere, but it shone softly, making the inside of this space very clear. Chuyang felt as if he was walking in his own dream. The air inside this space formed by the icy peak was fresh and clean, as warm as spring. In fact, there was even an extremely lush, heavenly orchid growing on one side of the passage. It almost covered half of the stone wall. Looking at the appearance of this heavenly orchid, each piece was like the most exquisite jade, and there was only one flower left in the center. The color of the flower had already turned into a colorful color. Chuyang smacked his lips fiercely. This heavenly orchid has already grown for 10,000 years. The heavenly orchid changes every 10,000 years, and only one color appears every 10,000 years. The heavenly orchid only adds one color every 10,000 years. It was the supreme elixir of the world. However, this kind of supreme spiritual medicine was completely useless to ordinary people. In fact, it was a deadly poison. Even an emperor-level expert would explode and die after eating one piece of it. It was rumored that the heavenly orchid's petals could solidify one's divine soul forever, once one reached the saint level or above. Moreover, one could reincarnate with a complete memory and 30% of one's cultivation if they died after eating the heavenly orchid. Think about it. A saint-level expert would become an infant with a saint-level memory and 30% of one's cultivation, and then cultivate again with this as the most basic foundation. How terrifying would that be? 30% of a saint-level expert's strength would be at least at the monarch level. A person who was bound to die would be able to solidify his divine soul forever if he ate the heavenly orchid and reincarnate. Therefore, this heavenly orchid was the #1 panacea in the world, but it was useless to the living. It was only useful to the dead. In other words, it was only useful to the soul. However, for such a huge function, there were also extremely harsh conditions. And that was, the color of the heavenly orchid must reach 10 colors. Even an immortal wouldn't be able to save it if it had 10 colors. But 10 colors meant that it was 100,000 years old. Who could wait for such a long time? Therefore, it only existed in legends. However, Chuyang had never imagined that he would see a 10,000-year-old heavenly orchid as soon as he came in. The sword spirit's breathing became hurried like a bellows. He was so excited that his lips trembled. Chuyang, Sword Lord, this heavenly orchid. You must get your hands on it. This thing is simply too useful for you and me. Chuyang frowned. Huh? My divine soul will be solidified forever. The sword spirit's eyes stared straight. Saliva was dripping from the corners of his mouth. Wouldn't I be a divine soul? Moreover, I'm a remnant soul. I really need this thing. I'm afraid it won't be easy. Chuyang was very hesitant. Dukyu is very protective of his home. So, he obviously treasures it to the extreme. It would be very difficult for me to take away this 10,000-year-old heavenly orchid from here. Moreover, I can't steal it. People respect me, and I respect them tenfold. Dukyu invited me here. Could it be that he wants me, Chuyang, to be a thief? Chuyang wouldn't be able to get over this hurdle in his heart if he took it without asking. But what do I have to move Dukyu? Chapter 505. He smiled proudly and said, but after so many years, only these 5 items are qualified to be placed here by me. Dukyu walked forward slowly and said, Come, let me introduce them to you. As he spoke, He walked to the front of the first shelf. Chu Yang saw very clearly that these were 3 grains of black sand. They looked very ordinary. This is heavenly river sand. When Dukyu said these 3 words, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck in Chu Yang's heart. Heavenly river sand. The legendary heavenly river sand that could turn something rotten into something magical. A grain of Milky Way sand could transform a trash that practiced chi reversal into an unparalleled genius. Whether it was his aptitude or his comprehension, it would increase by thousands of times. Heavenly river sand was originally not something that belonged to this world. Instead, it was a treasure left behind by the legendary person who created the heavens. Where it came from was no longer known. But the heavenly river sand's function was not limited to this. The Milky Way sand was something that could turn anything rotten into something magical. If ordinary iron was used to forge a weapon, if a grain of heavenly river sand was added, it could cut through iron like mud. If one was lucky enough to refine a grain of heavenly river sand in his meridians, then no matter how he cultivated, he would not encounter any bottlenecks. But if one wanted to refine this thing, they would need a supreme opportunity and fate. Without fate, even a supreme martial artist would not be able to refine it. And Dukyu actually had 3 grains here. There were originally 4 grains of this thing, but I had refined one before, so it became 3 grains. That's why I was able to make a comeback in a very short time after being crippled. Dukyu looked at Chu Yang and smiled. He said, "When I refined this thing, I was only 3 years old." "I understand." Chu Yang suddenly realized. "Yes, you understood half of it." Chu Yang did not say what he understood, but Dukyu directly said that he only understood half of it, and his tone was very certain. "Oh, but what is the other half?" Chu Yang asked. "You only understood that refining this heavenly river sand requires a red heart without any distracting thoughts. But you did not know that it not only requires a red heart, but also an innate spirit." Dukyu said lightly, "For example, someone like me?" "So, that's how it is." Chu Yang suddenly realized. He lost interest in this plaything. Good stuff. This is a good stuff. No wonder Dukyu was able to refine it so quickly. However, this thing was useless to Chu Yang. After all, not everyone had the same background as Dukyu. Chi Exine was easy to find, but an innate spiritual body like Dukyu was even harder to find than the heavenly river sand. "It seems like you're not interested." Dukyu smiled and walked to the second shelf. "This is purple crystal jade essence. It's one of the lesser things I have here, but it's a treasure of this layer of heaven. It's very hard to find. Purple crystal jade essence." These words made Chu Yang's heart skip a beat. Wasn't his identity jade, token the purple crystal jade essence? Stepping forward to take a closer look, he held it in his hand. Regardless of whether it was the color or the feel of it, it was exactly the same as his own piece of purple crystal jade essence. Furthermore, when he recalled the shape of the jade token, it seemed to be able to merge with the one in front of him. It was as if they were originally a single entity. This seems to be missing a piece. "It feels a little incomplete," Chu Yang said tentatively. "Your eyesight is really good. Speaking of which, there's a story behind this piece of purple crystal jade essence." Dukyu smiled. There was a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. There was even a bit of warmth. "Back then, when I was traveling in the upper 3 heavens, a family happened to buy a piece of heavenly crystal stone. They spent a huge sum of money. At that time, there were a few other people and I who were bidding for it. However, it was won by that guy. I didn't have enough money with me, and I wasn't willing to use treasures to exchange for it. Haha. Then, I had a chance to drink with that person at the same table. We got along very well. He then invited me to see the heavenly crystal stone with my own eyes. At that time, I was also very curious about that stone, so I went. You must know that once a heavenly crystal stone is cut open, it's either purple crystal, blue crystal, or white crystal inside. Before it's opened, no one can see it. Although I had some confidence that the heavenly crystal stone could contain something good, I didn't dare to be sure. So, I followed to verify my own eyesight. In the end, when it was cut open, it turned out to be a big piece of variegated purple crystal. That old man was very depressed. Dukyu recalled the events of that year and smiled very happily. But when it reached that level, I sensed that there was a very restrained aura of treasure inside. So, I suggested that he use the crystal grinding hand to grind out the variegated purple crystal. He listened to my advice. After he finished grinding, he actually took out a piece of rare purple crystal jade essence from inside. "It's this piece," Dooku said. In order to thank me, he divided this piece of purple crystal jade essence into 2 pieces and gave me half of it. At that time, his granddaughter was about to get married, and his great-grandson was about to be born. So, he made his half into 2 pieces of jade. 2 pieces of jade. Chu Yang's heart beat like a drum. In that instant, he felt that his eyes were a little blurry. That old man then asked me to carve a name on those 2 pieces of jade. One piece was prepared for his great-grandson, and the other piece was prepared for his great-grandson. I still remember that I used my supreme martial arts and martial saint strength to carve a word on the inside of the jade essence without damaging the surface of these 2 pieces of jade. "What word?" Chu Yang asked anxiously. "I've carved the word Yang on one of the pieces and the word Chu on the other piece." Dooku smiled in a carefree manner. Chu Yang's whole body trembled. The secret of his identity jade had finally been unintentionally solved today. It was a gift from his grandfather, and the word on it was actually carved by Dooku himself? What's wrong with this world? What kind of topsy-turvy world is this? Chu Yang grumbled in his heart, but his eyes couldn't help but heat up a little. Of course, at that old man's request, I also spent some money to set up a restriction. At that time, I once jokingly said, "Old man, I can carve this word today. In the future, when your child is born, you can drip the blood from the tip of the baby's tongue onto this piece of jade, and it can be combined with the surname of the child. After 5 years, the connection will slowly become stronger and stronger. With my restriction, you won't be able to lose your child even if you want to." Dooku laughed heartily. Obviously, he remembered the strange expression on his old friend's face back then, and he quickly came to his senses. It's no wonder. That old man was wholeheartedly waiting for his great-grandson to come back, and this guy actually cursed him to lose his child. This was such a spoil sport. Chu Yang's lips twitched a few times, and he bitterly raised his head to look at this super crow mouth. "Motherfucker, if you didn't say this back then, I might not have lost my child." Chapter 506. Not long after that incident, I was besieged and attacked. That elder brother of mine was seriously injured in order to help me. Even his clan was almost destroyed. There was a nostalgic look on Dooku's face as he said, "This piece of purple crystal jade essence isn't much of a treasure. However, the reason why I placed it here is because, in the entire heavens, only one person helped me back then." Asterisk asterisk Baidu search network's high quality updates the fastest asterisk asterisk. "I kept it here as a sign of friendship," Dooku said slowly. "So that's how it is." Chu Yang's throat was dry. He felt that he wouldn't say anything else today. He kept repeating this sentence over and over again. "So that's how it is." Too unexpected. Too amazing. It's a miracle. Looking at this guy's young face, he seemed to be less than 30 years old. I didn't expect him to have lived for so many years. Motherfucker, great-grandson? Didn't that mean that this guy was actually from my great-grandfather's generation? Brother you. Chu Yang laughed dryly. Huh. Dooku looked at him with a puzzled expression. "You want this?" No. Brother you. Cough cough. Brother you. Chu Yang repeatedly called out brother you a few times. He thought in his heart, "Motherfucker, I can even take advantage of this form of address. Calling him a few more times is better than being forced to call him Grandpa you later, right? Motherfucker, what is this? What is it?" Dooku was puzzled. Cough cough. Brother you. What I mean is, brother you. Haven't you gone back to take a look for so many years? Chu Yang asked casually. I want to go back and take a look, but my current cultivation is not enough. Dooku sighed. If I go back, I'm afraid that I'll implicate my elder brother's clan and cause its destruction. How would I dare to go back? I changed my appearance and hid for 3 days for so many years because I didn't want them to be implicated by me. One of the Zai clans of the upper 3 heavens, How could it be so easy to deal with them? Duke Yu was somewhat disappointed. If they knew that I was crippled to such an extent and was still able to recover, this would be a secret that those Zai clans would dream of knowing. If someone were to discover that I was that person from back then, hee. Oh, I see. Chu Yang understood. He didn't expect that such a carefree person like Duke Yu would be so meticulous when it came to thinking for others. It's a pity that I haven't been able to see my elder brother all these years. I do miss him a little. Duke Yu's thoughts wandered. We should look at the third treasure now. Chu Yang felt a chill run down his spine when he heard him call him elder brother. So, he touched his nose and said, "Damn it, you want to take advantage of me? No way." Even though the sword spirit was very depressed right now, he couldn't help but feel proud of it. This is the third treasure. Duke Yu looked at the white snowflakes on the third lotus flower. His voice was heated as he said, "But this thing, I can't give it to you even if you want it. I have a great use for it. I want to keep it. When I reach the bottleneck of the Supreme Being realm, I will use this thing to break through to the Supreme Being realm in one go." He took a deep look at the snow-white snowflakes and said, "This is a snowflake that reaches the heavens. It only has one use, and that is to break through." "All right then." Chu Yang spread out his hands. "Since you don't want to give it to me, what's the point of talking about it? Next one." Chu Yang really wasn't interested in this snowflake, because this thing was used to break through to the Supreme Being realm. How long would it take for him to break through to the Supreme Being realm? Even though this thing could be kept in Duke Yu's hands, it would probably fuse with his body before he could store it in the tribulation space. And this thing could help a saint-level cultivator break through to the Supreme Being realm. How much energy would it contain? Even the sword spirit wouldn't be able to extract the energy before he exploded and died. In that case, he would become the first tribulation sword master in history to die of greed. The fourth one is the real gift I prepared for you. Duke Yu smiled and said, "This is a piece of sun and moon ointment." He smiled and said, "I promised you purple crystal core at first, but I really don't have that thing here. I wanted to replace it with purple crystal jade essence. Even though it's much more precious than purple crystal core, it's the least valuable thing in my treasury. But when it came to it, I realized that I still couldn't bear to give it to you, because it's a favor." Duke Yu looked at that piece of purple crystal jade essence. His eyes were full of deep emotions. He slowly said, "So I can only give you this piece of sun and moon ointment? I've really taken advantage of you." Chu Yang smiled bitterly. He felt dizzy and disoriented about this huge favor that had fallen from the sky. The tribulation sword was already rolling in excitement when the sun and moon ointment returned to his body. It can also be considered as repayment for the mysterious jade ice crystal and mysterious yang jade that you gave me. Duke Yu smiled and said, "You're really good at doing business. The mysterious jade ice crystal and mysterious yang jade can't be compared to the sun and moon ointment in terms of value. But I have no use for the sun and moon ointment. And those two things are exactly what I need urgently but can't find." He laughed and said, "When a person is hungry, he can use 500 kilograms of gold to exchange for a steamed bun. It depends on the situation at that time. 500 kilograms of gold can't buy a life, but a steamed bun can save a life. This is the principle." He tilted his head and looked at Chu Yang. "Tell me, is it worth it to exchange a steamed bun for gold?" "It's worth it." Chu Yang smiled calmly and said, "No matter what, I've taken advantage of you today. Except for the purple crystal jade essence, the other four things in this treasury are all my family's property. They've existed since I was born." Duke Yu laughed. "It can be considered as a gift from my ancestors. Now that I've given it to someone, I don't know if those dead people will crawl out of their graves to settle accounts with me." He took down the sun and moon ointment as he said this and handed it to Chu Yang. He was really free and easy. He didn't even look reluctant to part with it. It was as if he had thrown out a piece of trash. Chu Yang also smiled and said, "Since that's the case, I really need it. I won't stand on ceremony." He kept the sun and moon ointment. The sun and moon ointment, as its name implied, was a kind of strange energy that was formed by the fusion of the essence of the sun and the moon in the sky. After countless years of condensation, the essence of the sun and the moon converged in one place. It was as soft as cotton, and as light as nothing. This kind of thing was especially useful for sabers and swords. Any saber or sword, as long as a little of it was smeared on it, it would be nourished by the blood and slowly develop spiritual intelligence. Although this was a long process, it was a peerless function that nothing else could replace. What was the difference between a weapon that had its own spiritual intelligence and an ordinary divine weapon? It couldn't even be compared. Moreover, the weapon that had been smeared with the sun and moon ointment would have the ability to remember. No matter how damaged the weapon was, it would automatically recover to its best state. And this was the function that the Calamity Sword lacked. As long as the sun and moon ointment was melted into the Calamity Sword, then the divine weapons that the Calamity Sword created in the future would also have this ability. Indestructible. The returning Danteon sword spirit took a deep breath and muttered, "It seems that the world has changed. The previous masters of the Calamity Sword didn't get such a good thing. But all the good things in this generation have automatically returned to the Calamity Sword. I've fulfilled my promise to you. And it seems that you're very satisfied with it." Dooku smiled and said, "Now, it's time for the bet." Heavenly Orchid, Heavenly Orchid, Heavenly Orchid, Heavenly Orchid. Xia Ling crazily shouted in his mind. Well, there's one more thing. Chu Yang took a deep breath and felt the urging of the sword spirit in his mind. Then, he probed, "Your heavenly orchid is of great use to me. I don't know if brother you, can you use it?" Chu Yang thought for a long time, and several ideas spun in his mind. Then, he finally decided to go straight to the point and directly state his purpose. After all, he would be the one to suffer losses if he played with Dooku. Heavenly Orchid? Dooku suddenly turned around and looked at Chu Yang's face with his sharp eyes. "You want the Heavenly Orchid?" "Yes." Chu Yang looked straight at him and nodded without hesitation. "Since you know about the Heavenly Orchid, then you should also know that this Heavenly Orchid is only 10,000 years old." Dooku looked at him in a scrutinizing manner, and a 10,000-year-old Heavenly Orchid is an extremely toxic poison. It doesn't have the least bit of use. So, what do you want it for? As for what I want it for, I can't tell you, Chu Yang calmly said, but I do want it, and it's of great use. Dooku sneered and said, I promised you the purple crystal core, but I gave you the sun and moon ointment. You gave me the yin and yang jades, but I gave you an entire white crystal mine. King of Hell Chu, I don't owe you anything. So, why should I give you the heavenly orchid? But I don't know what you want. I can exchange it with you if I can. Chu Yang said carefully. Haha, what do I want? Dooku suddenly burst into mournful laughter. His laughter reverberated in this sealed space for a long time. Then, he looked at Chu Yang with his cold eyes and said, I've told you so much. Do you know my origin? Do you know the origin of this icy peak? Do you know the origin of the Anai? Heavenly Orchid? I don't know. You don't know anything. But, you want the heavenly orchid from me? Dooku laughed. The ignorant are fearless. I dare to ask for it because I don't know. Chu Yang insipidly said, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even have the courage to open my mouth if I knew these things that you've said. Brother you, your laughter is too loud. It's making my ears feel uncomfortable. Dooku's eyes flashed. He snorted. He naturally understood what Chu Yang meant by your laughter is too loud. It's making my ears feel uncomfortable. 10,000 years ago, there was a peerless genius who integrated the heavenly layer. But he exterminated 5 races of the clan. Dooku's eyes flashed with a mysterious light. He said, this icy peak is the only heritage left behind by a certain race of the clan 10,000 years ago. In order to prevent the extinction of their bloodline, they exhausted the strength of the entire clan to preserve this heritage. The treasures inside this place are the remnants of the clan from 10,000 years ago. This heavenly orchid is a young plant from 10,000 years ago. He said heavily, and this duke, 10,000 years ago, was just an embryo in this space. I didn't have the help of any of my clansmen. I only relied on the strength of this heritage. And it took me 10,000 years to become a reincarnated human. There are 2 things. The first is to ask for monthly votes. I will continue to write. The fourth is Chapter 507. Dukyu sneered. Would you exchange this heavenly orchid for something if you were me? Asterisk asterisk Baidu search network, high quality update, asterisk asterisk, no. Chu Yang sighed. Sword Spirit also sighed in his mind. How could there be any hope if Dukyu had said so? Dukyu took a few steps forward and arrived at the passage. He looked at the heavenly orchid for a long time. His eyes were full of reluctance. Then, he slowly said, "This thing is precious, and it's the only living witness I have. But I can give it to you if you promise me one thing." "What is it?" Chu Yang's heart trembled. "What is your identity?" Dukyu suddenly turned his head and looked at Chu Yang. Then, he asked without rhyme or reason, "Huh, are you?" Dukyu approached him step by step. "Brother you? Are you? Are you? Are you? Are you?" Dukyu said, "Are you?" but dozen times in a row. The look in his eyes became even more ferocious. But he suddenly exposed a trace of contradiction and pain. Then, he finally stopped and said, "Do you have a strange storage space?" Chu Yang turned pale with fright when he asked this question. But Chu Yang was even more surprised when he didn't ask this question. Dukyu didn't ask this question clearly, but Chu Yang knew what it was. "Don't worry. I will keep your secret." Dukyu's forehead was sweating. He lowered his head in disappointment and said, "I started to suspect you the first time I saw you. I started to be certain when I was outside the prefectural city. So, I deliberately left and let you do your own thing. Diwu Qingro came to look for me 3 days before you arrived." Dukyu gently smiled. But his smile was full of complexity. "So, I was half certain when I saw your cultivation when you came up. You plundered treasures and strange metals all the way here. So, I was basically certain." Dukyu clasped his hands behind his back and laughed mischievously. There was a hint of self-mockery in his laughter as he said, "Therefore, I originally wanted to find 2 purple crystal cores for you. However, I changed my mind and gave you the sun and moon ointment instead. Now, do you understand what I mean?" Dukyu tilted his head and looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang took a deep breath. He felt that his thoughts were somewhat flustered, but he forced himself to calm down. Then, he said in a low and deep voice, "Dukyu is indeed worthy of being called Dukyu. Don't worry. No one in this world can link you to these clues apart from me and the big ruling clans of the upper 3 heavens. As for the hegemon clans, you don't have to worry about them for now. Even Diwu Qingro, who was in direct contact with you, only had a little guess. In fact, his chances of success are no more than 10 to 20%. That's why Diwu Qingro placed such a huge bet on you. He didn't hesitate to overthrow himself in order to fulfill your wish." Dukyu snorted. 10 to 20%. And he dares to be so crazy? Chu Yang was a little puzzled. "Haha, a 10 to 20% chance of success is already beyond our expectations. Diwu Qingro would risk everything to fight for this 1,000th chance, even if it's only 1,000th chance." Dukyu chuckled. "Diwu Qingro wouldn't leak your information. On the contrary, you're a rare commodity to him. He wouldn't even have enough time to hide it, because he has placed the hope of the Diwu clan on you. You're finished, and so is the Diwu clan." "There's such a thing." Chu Yang was really at a loss. Where did this come from? Dukyu smiled coldly. "Take me for example. I really want to kill you, because you're the master of that thing's inheritance after all. But I can't kill you. Moreover, I have to protect you. In fact, I have to give you whatever you want. So, you have to promise me one thing." "What is it?" Chu Yang asked. Dukyu had already mentioned this condition twice in a row. "I only want you to promise me now. I'll mention it when the time is right." Dukyu said, "You don't know whether you can do it or not now. I also don't know whether you can do it or not. But I have to remind you that you'll be in a very difficult position if that day comes." Dukyu sighed and said, "So, you need to consider it carefully now." Chu Yang felt dizzy. "You don't say anything. You want me to promise you, and then you want me to consider it carefully. What kind of statement is this? How can I consider it if you don't tell me anything? Can I consider it with my ass?" "Promise him. Promise him. Promise him, ah." Sword Spirit madly bared his fangs and brandished his claws in Chu Yang's mind. He was jumping up and down. His remnant soul was so excited that his face turned red. Chu Yang lowered his head. He seriously and deeply considered it. It must be a very important thing for Dooku to say this. Moreover, I'll be in a very difficult position. Why am I in a very difficult position? Even now, the friendship between us is very close. Dooku had helped me in Great Zhao and the Three Heavens, and he had also promised to be my brother's sparring partner. I would have fulfilled any condition that Dooku had put forward even if he hadn't given me the heavenly orchid. But he would rather use a priceless heavenly orchid in exchange for an illusory promise. Why? This shows that this matter is related to the principles of the Tribulation Sword Master. Chu Yang finally raised his head. He said with difficulty, "I'm sorry, brother Yu. I refuse." Sword Spirit screamed in Chu Yang's mind. He fell to the ground. His face was covered in tears as he cursed, "Great Sword Master. You're a cheap pig. A cheap pig. Motherfucker, you rushed to ask for it when he didn't want to give it to you. But you pushed him away when he gave it to you with both hands. You're cheap. Why are you so cheap? My heavenly orchid. Boo-hoo. My divine soul is forever fixed. Boo-hoo. My cheap pig. Lord Ah." A disappointed look appeared on Dooku's face. But he nodded with gratification. "You didn't agree. In fact, I was sure that you wouldn't agree. I wasn't wrong about you." He looked up to the sky and heaved a long sigh. His expression was full of loneliness and pain. Chu Yang's body suddenly relaxed after he had refused. He didn't have any more thoughts or burdens. "So," he said, "Brother Yu, I've disturbed you for a long time. Shouldn't we go out?" "Yes, and that white crystal or..." Sigh. Dooku looked at Chu Yang with an unknown expression. Then, he forced a smile and said, "I want to kill you right now. But I don't dare to do so. That's because I don't have much time left. I'll disappear as soon as I've lived for 100,000 years. I'll disappear from this world. I can only do this even if you don't agree." He sighed and said, "I don't expect you to agree to my conditions. I'll give you this heavenly orchid. It should grow better with you than with me. Remember, you owe me a favor." "Favor? How?" Chu Yang asked vigilantly. "A favor means that you'll help me if you feel that you can fulfill my wish. But I don't need you to force yourself if you can't." Dooku took a deep breath. His eyes emitted a dazzling cold light. "You mustn't refuse. I only have this little bit of hope left, and I'm still pinning it on your conscience. If you refuse, I really won't be able to stop myself from killing you. Don't forget that you've personally asked for this thing. So, if you don't want it now," Dooku angrily said, "even that man from 10,000 years ago wasn't as untrustworthy as you." "Fuck me." Chu Yang forced a smile. He suddenly regretted that he had been blinded by lard. And he had listened to Sword Spirit's instigation to ask for this heavenly orchid. This is great. Dooku didn't give it to me when I asked for it. But Dooku forced it on me when I didn't want it. And I can't refuse it. Chu Yang saw Dooku's ashen complexion. It seemed that he would fly into a rage out of humiliation if he didn't give this heavenly orchid to Chu Yang today. But what will I do if he asks me for help in the future if I accept it? Can I go against my conscience and say no? Chu Yang looked at this heavenly orchid as if he was looking at a hot potato. He didn't have the slightest hint of a peerless treasure anymore. The sword spirit in Chu Yang's mind seemed to have realized that he had stirred up trouble. So, he lowered his head even though he was still drooling greedily. In fact, he looked a little embarrassed. "Sir Sword Master has become like this because of me, cough cough. I feel guilty." Sword Spirit secretly shot a glance at the heavenly orchid from the corner of his eye. Then, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "It's a good thing. Do you want it or not? Do you want it or not?" Dooku angrily said, "Give me a straight answer. You can take it if you want it. But I will kill you if you don't want it. Isn't this a good choice? Isn't this a good choice?" Chu Yang wanted to cry. "Did you fucking, setting sail watermark, give me a choice? What kind of choice is this?" Dooku is forcing a good girl to become a prostitute in order to give away this wonderful treasure. An ominous glint flickered in his eyes. His entire body was seething with murderous aura. He was about to lose control. Minister Chu was dumbfounded. I was the only honored guest a moment ago. But I have become a lamb in the tiger's mouth at this moment. Even my wife won't let me enter this place. But his face immediately changed after I entered this place and was warmly entertained. What can I do? Minister Chu was helpless. He pinched his nose and reluctantly said, Well, I'll accept it. Young Master Chu wanted to cry as soon as he said this. How can I be so depressed after receiving someone else's treasure? What's going on here? It's obvious that I've been longing for that heavenly orchid. But why does it seem like a virgin girl has been sold to a brothel and has no choice but to accept a customer under the torture of the procuress? That's my good brother. Duke Yu's anger suddenly turned into joy. He heavily patted Chu Yang's shoulder. Then, he rubbed his hands and said somewhat impatiently, Do you want to pull it out yourself? Or, do you want me to pull it out for you? It's better to cut the Gordian knot with a quick knife. The sooner you take it in, the sooner I'll feel relieved. You feel relieved. But I'm starting to feel worried, Chu Yang said in a plaintive manner. He felt extremely wronged in his heart. You're so boring. I've obviously given you a peerless treasure that can't be found anywhere in the world. But you feel wronged like this. This is a very strange thing. Duke Yu had finally received a big favor from Chu Yang. So, he was very happy. In fact, he even started to joke around. Chapter 508. King of Hell Chu furiously said to the sword spirit in his mind, Look at the trouble you've caused. Why aren't you taking it? The sword spirit hastily replied in high spirits. He then eagerly started to take action. The heavenly orchid disappeared from the passage with a schwa sound under Duke Yu's dumbstruck gaze. You must be more spirited and obedient when I call you to do something in the future. I will tear the heavenly orchid apart if you give me trouble again. Chu Yang fiercely threatened him in his mind. The sword spirit fondly fiddled with the heavenly orchid while nodding repeatedly. This was the first time he had been so obedient since he had entered Chu Yang's mind. Let's go. I will take you to the white crystal mine. Duke Yu looked at Chu Yang with envy. He then started to walk outside. He suddenly stopped after walking for a while. He muttered to himself for a long time. Then, he turned around. Chu Yang, you owe me a favor today. This is equivalent to the biggest favor I will owe you in the future. Duke Yu frowned. He didn't know where to start. So, he said with difficulty, I want to remind you of something. Brother Yu, please speak. Chu Yang inexplicably felt his heart become heavy. He realized that the matter Duke Yu was talking about was no trivial matter. You have the Calamity Sword in your body. As the master of the Calamity Sword, you have the Calamity Space in your body. This is a supreme magic weapon. It is also the #1 weapon in the heavenly layer. Once you master the Calamity Sword, you will be able to command the entire world. No one will dare to disobey you. Duke Yu finally said the words Calamity Sword, but he still seemed somewhat unsatisfied. Chu Yang's entire body shook. He knew that Duke Yu knew his identity, but he had said it out loud, and it had come from someone else's mouth. Chu Yang still felt shocked. But this thing is also... Duke Yu's lips squirmed. Then, he finally said, It's not a good thing. There should be a corresponding thing. I can't say for sure. It is only mentioned in vague records. Vague records? Chu Yang frowned and asked. When the calamity comes, the wind and clouds dance. When the calamity is destroyed, the stars cry. When the world changes, the destiny... Duke Yu recited in a deep voice. This is the Calamity Sword's Calamity Sword. This was a song about the Calamity Sword in the continent. There were a total of 10 lines, and there was only one line here. The last few lines are, the body is the calamity, the soul is the road. Save the fall of the heavens, there is eternity. Venerate as a god, don't be the master. Bones and flesh are destroyed. Duke Yu read until here and stopped abruptly. I also only know the last 7 sentences. After that, it's broken. Chu Yang muttered to himself. The first sentence was about the Calamity Sword's function, but the second sentence was clearly about the Calamity Sword's master. The body is a calamity, the soul is the path. The heavens are overturned. The ages are eternal. Venerate as a god. Don't be the master. Destroy flesh and bone. These words were a little creepy. Anyway, be careful. Dukyu smiled faintly. Since I've given you such supreme authority as Calamity Sword and Master, it would be abnormal if you didn't pay the corresponding price. Chuyang laughed and said, That's right. Then, he put this matter aside, and the two walked out side by side. Outside, Imo Qingwu's entire body was wrapped in a thick marten fur coat. She would stretch her neck from time to time to look at the snow-filled area in front of her. She had an anxious look on her face. She only saw Chuyang and Dukyu walking to that place, and then they disappeared in a flash. Why hasn't Brother Chuyang come out yet? Imo Qingwu muttered to herself anxiously. Today, the little girl was wearing a snow-white raccoon hat, a thick white raccoon fur scarf, and a snow-white raccoon fur coat. But on her feet, she wore a pair of exquisite red fox leather boots. Little Wu's face was snow-white, her eyebrows were delicate, and her eyes were dark. In this vast expanse of white snow, she looked extremely cute. The only thing that was lacking in beauty was that she was wearing too much. Chuyang wrapped this little girl from the inside out with a few layers of cotton-padded jacket, cotton-padded trousers, cotton-padded waistcoat, and leather waistcoat. This directly caused the originally slender and even thin little girl to look like a penguin in the snow, or a little bear in the snow. She looked extremely bloated. She swayed from side to side as she walked, like a little bear carefully moving in the snow, but she looked even more adorable and cute. Brother Chuyang has something to do inside. GMO coaxed his little cousin. Come, little Wu, kiss Brother Gmo's face, and I'll tell you what he has to do. Humph. Imo Qingwu rolled her eyes and said, You and Brother Zhu are the same. Both of your faces are stinky. GMO was instantly anxious. Don't compare that guy to me. I'm fragrant. If you don't believe me, kiss me. I don't kiss other men. Imo Qingwu pouted. I haven't even kissed second brother. As she said that, she rolled her eyes at GMO, implying, Let alone you? GMO retreated in defeat. Gu Duxing and Dong Wusheng pushed him aside and scolded. What's the point of bullying a little girl? Move aside. GMO retreated unhappily and walked to the front of the group with Luo Kadi, blocking the wind. The two of them winked at each other for a while, and GMO suddenly asked, Has it grown? Luo Kadi's face turned red, and he shouted, Get lost. It hasn't grown? GMO exclaimed. Then, he shrugged his shoulders and chuckled. He said, Mine is very luxuriant. Luo Kadi was speechless, and his eyes widened as if he wanted to eat someone. This topic started when these two lazy guys unintentionally took a bath together again, and young Master GMO discovered Luo Kadi's abnormality. Therefore, Luo Kadi suffered a tragedy, because second young Master G would mention this matter whenever he was with him, and second young Master Luo also felt extremely inferior. GMO didn't let him off, and his eyes widened as he exclaimed, I heard that Azure Dragon is gifted. This matter, Tisk, little wolf, looks like you'll be very powerful. Luo Kadi's face immediately turned red, and he shouted angrily as he grabbed GMO's collar, gnashing his teeth. Do you want to be beaten? GMO hurriedly raised his hand. Spare me. Spare me. I heard that hairless ones are the scariest. Ow. Dog ant. Wahaha. Luo Kadi couldn't bear it anymore, and he clenched his fist and smashed it down. The two of them immediately rolled on the snowy ground and started to fight. GMO was beating him while laughing so hard that he couldn't breathe. He was being beaten by Luo Kadi, but he still couldn't help but laugh. Luo Kadi was crazily beating this guy when he suddenly raised his head and exclaimed in surprise. Then, he stopped moving. GMO also got up and followed Luo Kadi's gaze. He also exclaimed in surprise and stopped moving. He saw a graceful white figure leisurely coming from the wind and snow in front of him. It was a woman. She was wearing a snow-white dress, and her hair was tied up high. She floated over, and it was a pleasure to see such a scene in the wind and snow. Especially this woman's gentle face, and her eyes were looking left and right as she came, as if she was looking for something. Luo Kadi was dumbstruck, and he nudged GMO. Look, a beauty. GMO's eyes lit up, and he repeatedly nodded. She's fucking beautiful. She's very charming. and her steps are like lotuses. Luo Kadi shook his head. It's as if she's wearing magnificent clothes to patrol the sky, and wearing silk clothes to walk in the night. GMO turned his head in a circle. The two of them were somewhat lustful at this moment, and then they did something that they would regret for the rest of their lives. "Oh wool! Oh wool!" Luo Kadi loudly howled, and put his fingers in his mouth and whistled. It was sharp and loud. "Oh wool! Dog ant!" GMO jumped up and down and put his fingers in his mouth at the same time. Then, a whistle that was even sharper than Luo Kadi's whistle sounded. The woman in white heard the whistle from afar and was about to walk towards the icy peak. However, she changed her direction and walked towards the two of them. Her feet didn't touch the ground, and she gracefully walked over like a lotus in the wind. GMO and Luo Kadi didn't wait for her to approach and jumped out with a puff sound. The two of them exposed lecherous smiles as they went forward to greet her. "Oh wool, elder sister, you're very beautiful." Luo Kadi turned his head in a circle and was entranced by her beauty. Yes, you're very beautiful." GMO hurriedly went forward and was afraid that Luo Kadi would steal the limelight. "Really?" The woman indifferently looked at the two of them, and her eyes were dull. "Really? Really? Really?" Luo Kadi laughed out loud. "When I saw you, I wanted to write a poem. Let's praise you. You're too beautiful. Elder sister, what's your surname?" Yes. GMO used his shoulder to carry Luo Kadi to one side and rushed to flatter her. "Elder sister, you're very beautiful. May I ask what's your name? When I saw you, I wanted to write a poem." "You wrote a poem? You wrote a poem?" The woman in white pointed at GMO, and then pointed at Luo Kadi, and looked somewhat curious. "Of course." Luo Kadi proudly said, "My talent isn't just for show. Back then, I wrote a poem for my confinement nanny." GMO repeatedly nodded. Yes, my poetic talent is matchless. This is known to all." This beautiful elder sister, which family are you from? How come I've never seen you before? What's your name?" Humph. The woman in white suddenly laughed strangely and said with a murderous aura, "My name is Jun Shiju. Have you heard of me? Second young master Luo Kadi? Second young master GMO?" GMO and Luo Kadi let out a strange cry at the same time. Their scalps felt numb, and their bodies felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Luo Kadi's eyes turned red, and he was about to cry. "My God, how did I tease this god of death by teasing a beauty? This is really, an old man is hanging himself? He has lived too long." Jun Shiju was the overlord of the dark bamboo. She usually wore a black robe and a black veil over her face. Basically, no one had seen her true appearance for 3 days. Even some old monsters knew about it, but no one dared to say it. How many days had it been since GMO and Luo Kadi had wandered the Jianghu? They had only seen Jun Shiju once or twice. They had seen her from afar and had quickly turned their gazes away. They had only seen her black robe and had felt cold all over. So, how could they know Jun Shiju's true appearance? Moreover, these two were used to being casual. So, they wanted to flirt with this beauty whenever they saw her. They would only tease her every time, and then provoke her to get angry. Then, they would scream and turn around to run away. They would then laugh heartily and be incomparably happy. However, these two evil young men had flirted with a lot of young ladies of the 3 heavens. I didn't expect that I would run into a ghost this time around. They had flirted with the biggest and most terrifying underworld overlord of the 3 heavens. Chapter 509. Jun Shiju was also extremely depressed about encountering such a matter. She had changed out of her black clothes since she had arrived in the northern wilderness. She had gotten tired of wearing them. She had changed into new clothes and had dressed up in her favorite plain clothes. She had then appeared in front of her few trusted subordinates. Dukyu had gone out today and hadn't returned yet. Jun Shiju was somewhat worried. Moreover, she had just received the news that the clan that had a grudge against Dukyu had also sent people to hunt for spirit beasts in the northern wilderness. Jun Shiju was afraid that Dukyu might be in trouble, and, The other subordinates under her obviously weren't of any use. Therefore, she had to personally come out to look for him. She was the only one in the entire Dark Bamboo organization who could help in case something happened to Dukyu. She had come out to look for Dukyu. So, her first stop was naturally Dukyu's lair. She knew that Dukyu's main purpose for coming back this time was this place. Moreover, she was also very curious about Dukyu's secret lair. No one had ever set foot in it. Therefore, Jun Shiju had come all the way here for many reasons. Who would have thought that she would run into two little hoodlums teasing her as soon as she arrived at Dukyu's lair? This had made Jun Shiju angry and amused at the same time. Especially that whistle. It sounded one after another as if it was urging them to die, and it did not stop. Jun Shiju became angry in her heart. She wanted to teach them a lesson. But she came over to take a look and found that they were acquaintances. They were the husbands of the two big clans of the Three Heavens. Jun Shiju had wanted to scare them off with a glare. But she hadn't even gotten the time to open her mouth when these two well-known mischievous guys had begun to blow their own trumpet. They had even started to flirt with each other. They are writing chapters and poems. Jun Shiju gloomily looked at the two of them. Luoku D, do you know how to write chapters? GMO, do you know how to write poems? Luoku D and GMO trembled in an instant. Luoku D wiped his sweat. His head was steaming hot in such a cold weather. He cut a sorry figure. June, 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 forgive me. Cough, cough, cough. We were also. Hee, just joking, joking, joking. Luoku D wiped his sweat under Jun Shiju's increasingly cold gaze. The more he spoke, the more powerless he became. In the end, he couldn't continue. Don't be angry, monarch. Hee. Don't be angry, monarch. Don't be angry. This. GMO rolled his eyes. Hee. Everyone loves beauty. This. What are you talking about? Jun Shiju got angry in an instant. She flew over and lifted Luoku D up. Then, she punched Second Young Master Luo's lower abdomen with a puff sound. She then kicked Second Young Master Luo to the ground. Then, she stepped on his chest and asked with a ferocious look on her face, "Have you seen Dukyu?" Luoku D and GMO looked at each other. They immediately felt relieved. Yes. Where? He's inside. He hasn't come out yet. We're waiting for him here. The two of them rushed to answer. This woman was too scary. Is it here? Jun Shiju heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that nothing had happened. When he turned around and saw the two fellows, he was instantly enraged. Jun Shiju wasn't in a hurry since Dukyu was fine. So, she simply waited here for him to come out. She also wanted to teach these two fellows a lesson for taking liberties with women. She kicked Second Young Master Luo's body with a bang sound. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Luoku D, write a chapter for me. Hurry up. Don't you know how to write? You can even write a chapter for Antguan. You're quite capable, you. Luoku D's face looked bitter. Minister Jun, this, quickly write. Jun Shiju angrily said, someone else will write a chapter for Second Young Master Luo if I don't see a complete chapter today. Moreover, it will be a sacrifice. Luoku D was complaining in his heart. His chest had been stepped on, and it felt as if an entire mountain was pressing down on him. He couldn't even move his fingers. He helplessly rolled his eyes and called out for help. Third brother, help me write an article. GMO slowly turned around. He was preparing to run away, but he was fixed in place by Luoku D's words. He lifted his foot and got stuck in the air. This bastard. I'm about to escape. Aren't you pulling me down with you? I almost forgot. GMO, can you compose a poem? Jun Shiju squinted at GMO. You have 3 steps to compose a poem. I will ask Luoku D to write a sacrifice for you if you can't do it. GMO screamed and jumped up. He then burst into tears and said, Luoku D, you bastard. I'm going to die because of you. Luoku D was lying on the ground. He rolled his eyes up and down. GMO, you go first. Jun Shiju was so angry that she couldn't take it out on Luoku D. So, the tip of her foot rubbed on Luoku D's chest. Luoku D's entire body trembled in an instant. Then, he shouted, Third brother, quickly compose a poem. GMO spread out his hands. He was so miserable that he wanted to cry. I wouldn't have written a poem if I could compose a poem, right? Quickly write. Jun Shiju's complexion changed. The coldness in her eyes became even denser. Are you taking liberties with me? Do you think I'm so easy to take liberties with? GMO burst into tears. We didn't know that it was you. Cut the crap. Jun Shiju's murderous aura burst out. I'll compose a poem. I'll compose a poem. GMO stood stiffly. He frowned and racked his brains. It's snowing heavily, in the sky, and fluttering. He unconsciously took a step forward and recited the second sentence. The moon's great mountain whitens my waist. PFFF. Luo Kudi's body trembled as he heard these two sentences. His face also turned red. It was rare for him to laugh, even though he was being stepped on like this. You're still laughing? Jun Shiju looked at him in astonishment. Second young master Luo, you're very courageous. You're not afraid of death? Ah, Luo Kudi's eyes turned white. I can't help it. How can this be called a fucking poem? Second Master Ji finally stuttered and recited the third sentence at this time. To compose a poem in such a cold weather, he scratched his ears and cheeks and thought for a long time. Then, he said, it's not bad. He then jumped up and down. Wahaha finished. It's snowing heavily in the sky, and the moon's great mountain whitens my waist. To compose a poem in such a cold weather, isn't it bad? Jun Shiju twisted her slender eyebrows. What kind of bullshit is this? You only said that you want to compose a poem. You didn't say anything about the standard. GMO straightened his neck and argued with reason. He couldn't not argue. After all, he would die if Jun Shiju insisted that he compose another poem. This poem is the most rhyming poem I've ever composed since I was born. Fine. Jun Shiju waved her hand. Get lost. I'll make your G clan prepare for a funeral if I see you taking liberties with a woman again. GMO nodded and bowed. Yes, yes. But I'm already taken. Alboa is very good. I won't do it again. The key point is that Luo Kudi is a rogue. He covered his head and fled like a rat. It was panicked like a stray dog and busy like a fish escaping the net. GMO, you pig. Luo Kudi miserably lay on the ground and cursed loudly. He pounded the ground with his hands. He was extremely indignant. It's your turn. Jun Shiju looked at Luo Kudi and spoke in a cold voice. Let me see your talent. Luo Kudi was so distressed that he wanted to die. Minister Jun, why don't you beat me up? Cut the crap. A cold light flashed, and a long sword was inserted into Luo Kudi's crotch with a schwa sound. It penetrated his clothes and plunged into the snow below him. The sword's body swayed and emitted a cold light. Ice cold. Luo Kudi's entire body shivered, and his hair stood on end. He could feel that the sword was slowly swaying in contact with his crotch, and his soul had flown out of his body. He suddenly felt that the watermark of setting sail was rushing to the front and back of his body. Spare my life. Second young master Luo shivered. Your Luo clan will have to rely on your elder brother Luo Ku Wu to carry on your ancestral line if you don't write a poem. Jun Shiju insipidly said. All right. Luo Kudi readily agreed. Then, he frowned and pondered. Title: Praise the Great Snow. Luo Kudi gasped for breath. Can you let me stand up? No? No. Praise the Great Snow. Praise the Great Snow. Luo Kudi's face was sullen. It seemed as if he had lost his parents. Luo Kudi obviously wanted to learn from Jimo's praise of the great snow. In the cold winter, heavy snow swirls in the air. Snowflakes fall fiercely, and the north wind blows fiercely. The weather is cold, and the ground is frozen. It's infinitely sad. Second young Master Luo's talent was really good. Is the cold winter in your clan during the moon? Jun Shiju snorted. It's the moon now. It's so cold here. Isn't it the cold winter? Luo Kudi rolled his eyes and mumbled. I'm still naked in my clan at this time. Cut the crap. Continue. The weather is cold, and the ground is frozen. It's infinitely sad. The most miserable person is none other than me. GMO is gone. That bad embryo. One day, He'll pull out my tendons and smash my marrow. Second young Master Luo's speech became more and more fluent. He rolled his eyes. Among all the women in the world, the most beautiful confinement matron. She's devastatingly beautiful. She's capable of causing the downfall of a nation. She's scared away at first sight. Unfortunately, she's married. She sighs. The white snow poured into her mouth along with the wind. Second young Master Luo got emotional because of the scenery. So, he returned to the original topic. It's cold and piercing to the bone. It's not beautiful. I'm in the northern ice field. I'm in bad luck. I'll never go back if I can. Ha 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 ha. Pfft. Jun Shiju was amused by him and laughed. She then kicked this guy and scolded him with a smile. Get lost. I'll kill you if I see you taking liberties with women again. Hey, hey, hey. Luo Kudi crawled up. He didn't look back and fled like a rat. His heart was thumping wildly. I finally escaped with my life. My mother. It was too close. Who would have thought that my setting sail mother would have experienced such a terrifying thing? That ice-cold sword was stuck to that part of my body. My brother would have run away from home if I hadn't been careful. How could I have ignored my second brother? He thought about it and thought about it. He was so scared that his lips had turned blue and his face had turned white. But then, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ignored my second brother? Gulauer? I'm really talented. Oh, whoa, what did you say? Gu Duxing appeared in front of him with a murderous look on his face. He happened to hear Luo Kudi's muttering. Luo Kudi's legs went soft. His mind was still in chaos. So, he spoke without thinking. I was talking about my second brother. I can't ignore. Second brother Gu. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang had been called over by GMO as reinforcements. They had rushed here with anxious hearts. But they had seen this guy jumping around and mocking them. They had gotten angry when they heard these words. So, they had started to rain punches and kicks on him in a crazy manner. Luo Kudi was lying on the ground like a dried salted fish in less than a quarter of an hour. He was only exhaling and no longer breathing. A white light flashed at this time, and a big door suddenly appeared. Chu Yang and Duke Yu had finally walked out. Second update. I'm going out to practice driving. I'll take the road test tomorrow morning. It's the 10th time. I'll lose face if I don't take it. Cough cough. I'll lose face already. I'll have nothing to do this month after tomorrow's test. Even if I have to take the makeup test, it'll be next month. Ugh, ugh, ugh. I'm such a jinx. Chapter 510. What's the matter? Why is it so messy? Duke Yu frowned. He was very displeased. This is a secluded place for cultivation. How did it turn into a slaughterhouse? Then, he turned his head to look at Jun Shiju. Why are you here? Someone from that family has come down. Jun Shiju coldly snorted. Chu Yang hastily asked Shua Duxing and the others while speaking. What's the matter? Asterisk asterisk Baidu search networks high-quality update asterisk asterisk. It's your two sworn brothers. Jun Shiju replied. She coldly snorted and said, one is Luo Kudi, and the other is GMO. They are taking liberties with women, and they are taking liberties with me. This has never happened in the three heavens. Even Duke Yu's body swayed twice in an instant. As for Shua Duxing and Dong Wushang, they were even more dizzy. They almost sat down on the snow-covered ground. They had been scared by this sentence. No wonder GMO had patted his buttocks and shouted for help after he had returned. Then, he had said that something bad had happened, and that Luo Kudi was going to be slaughtered. But he hadn't said anything. It's no wonder that they have taken liberties with women. They have become the overlords of the underworld of the three heavens. These two brothers are really, Shua Duxing sighed. I understand. I wouldn't have said anything if it had been me. This isn't shameful anymore. Luo Kudi and GMO lowered their heads. It seemed as if they had committed a great crime of deceiving the monarch. Their faces had turned into persimmons at this moment. One could see that Jun Shiju hadn't wrongly accused them just by looking at their appearance. Really? Duke Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and sighed. Heroes come from the youth since ancient times. I admire you. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not being sarcastic. I truly admire you. At least, you've done something that I wouldn't have dared to do. Luoku D and Jimo's noses became crooked. Idols. Chu Yang grabbed their hands with tears in his eyes. You two have created an unprecedented precedent in the three heavens, big brother. We please don't say it. I feel like dying. Luokudi's face was bitter as he repeatedly pleaded. One said that he could compose a poem, and the other said that he could write a chapter. You guys are really treating me like a little girl to coax. Jun Shiju rolled her eyes. Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. One after another, they asked Second Young Master Luo and Second Young Master Ji what kind of poem they had written. The two of them directly stuck their heads into the crotch of their trousers, refusing to raise their heads no matter what. Go ahead and mock us all you want. We don't believe that you won't embarrass us in the future. Jun Shiju restrained herself from laughing. She then read out the poem. Everyone has a big belly. Du Xing and Dong Wushang were taking joy in other people's misfortune. In fact, they were laughing so hard that tears were almost flowing out of their eyes. Next, Dukyu continued to bring Chu Yang to complete the bet. Jun Shiju fished out a small booklet from her bosom and handed it over to Emo Qingwu. This was what she wrote during this period of time. It was also one of the reasons why she came out this time besides looking for Dukyu. Then, Jun Shiju stood still. She stretched out her hand and pointed her finger at Luoku D. Then, she pointed at GMO. Then, she nodded again and exposed a meaningful smile. Then, she rose up and disappeared in the snowflakes that filled the sky. Luoku D and GMO sat down on the snow-covered ground as soon as she left. They couldn't help but wipe their sweat. Then, they kept muttering, "Hot. This weather is really hot." Everyone looked at the ice under their feet and the heavy snow in the sky. They were speechless. This is the White Crystal Mine. Dukyu pointed at the sparkling white light in front of him and said. The two of them had already passed through a deep and long tunnel at this moment. They were 1,000 feet below the ground. White crystals were everywhere as far as the eye could see. They were piled up in large chunks. Some of them were still on the mountain walls and hadn't been extracted yet. The more they went, the more they got. The calamity sword in his dantian trembled excitedly and buzzed. Chu Yang was thoroughly stunned. He had thought that the white crystal mine that Dukyu had mentioned wasn't very big. In fact, it was only on such a small scale. Who would have thought that he would see a super large mineral vein at this moment? Moreover, all the white crystals could be seen at a glance. In fact, it wouldn't take much effort to extract them all. If it was calculated according to the size of a palm, the white crystals here would be tens of thousands of pieces, hundreds of thousands of pieces, millions of pieces, or even tens of millions. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. Dukyu smiled. His smile was still as carefree as before. He said, "You can stay here." "I understand. Yes, I'll go out first. Tell them that you'll be in seclusion here. Then, we'll wait outside for you to come out." "Many thanks," Chu Yang said gratefully. Dukyu smiled faintly and said, "I'll also exchange pointers with them one by one. After all, I can't be a sparring partner for nothing." "Haha, good." Dukyu smiled and turned to leave. "Brother Yu," Chu Yang called out. "Yes? Is there anything else?" Dukyu turned to look at him. "It's just a small token of appreciation. Please accept it, Brother Yu." Chu Yang held a piece of mysterious jade ice crystal core and a piece of mysterious yang jade core in his hand. This was a world of difference compared to the two pieces that Dukyu had shamelessly taken away from him that day. "If you give me peaches and plums, I'll repay you with fine jade." Chu Yang was a person who never suffered losses. He clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. "As long as you treat me with sincerity, I'll treat you 100 times better. Even if I can't give you the same value, I'll do my best." Just like how he treated Xie Danxiong that day in the Xie clan. And like how he treated Dukyu today. In the Xie clan, it was because of benefits in the beginning. But it was no longer for benefits when Chu Yang gave Xie Danxiong the real jade flowers. Xie Danxiong knew this better than anyone else. It was a matter of friendship. And it was the same today. The reason why Chu Yang gave away the mysterious jade ice crystal core and the mysterious yang jade core was because of Duke Yu's friendship. Perhaps Duke Yu had some ulterior motives in the end, but his help to Chu Yang at this stage was incomparable. Duke Yu's eyes moved. He looked at Chu Yang deeply, but he didn't reach out his hand. Instead, he asked, "Why are you giving them to me?" He would rather go back on his word that day to take those 2 pieces. But he took a step back today when these 2 pieces of jade core were 10,000 times better than the one in front of him. There's no reason. If people respect me, I'll respect them tenfold. Chu Yang said seriously, "Brother Yu, I only treated you as a mysterious expert when I made the bet with you and argued with you before. As for the bet and promise, that's for strangers." He looked at Duke Yu seriously and said, "But I'm giving these 2 pieces of jade to you now because of friends." Chu Yang smiled gently. "So, this has nothing to do with the future or the promise of friendship or anything else. It's just a token of my sincerity." Duke Yu didn't seem to hear what Chu Yang had said. He only frowned and looked deeply into Chu Yang's eyes. He said softly, Friend? Something seemed to flash in the depths of his eyes. Then, he put the 2 pieces of jade away. Very cautiously, he placed them into his bosom. He smiled faintly and said, "Maybe you'll regret the word friend one day. If Brother Yu doesn't regret it, I won't regret it either." Chu Yang smiled and said, "I'm afraid that I'll regret it." Duke Yu laughed. "Even if you regret it, that's your business." Chu Yang said quietly, "Even if I regret it, that's my business?" Duke Yu murmured. He suddenly felt warm in his heart. "Even if you regret it, that's your business. What does it have to do with me? But I won't regret it. Even if we become enemies because of you in the future, I still won't regret what I've done today." These were the words that Chu Yang didn't finish speaking. Duke Yu completely understood. Duke Yu finally turned around and left without saying a word. His green robe fluttered, and he disappeared in front of Chu Yang in the blink of an eye. Chu Yang watched him leave, and a smile appeared on his face. Then, he turned around and stretched out his right hand. The 3 pieces of the Calamity Sword suddenly appeared at his fingertips. In the next moment, the Calamity Sword pierced the white crystal wall in front of him. It was clean and tidy, without the slightest hesitation. Time was of the essence. Besides, Chu Yang couldn't wait any longer. The silver crystal in front of him dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, the Calamity Sword flew up with a clang and began to advance forward like a hot knife through butter. Wherever it passed, the white crystal dimmed and turned into powder. 3 days later, the entire white crystal mine completely dimmed. The space inside became even bigger, and there was dust everywhere. The 3 pieces of the Calamity Sword all emitted a bright light. A faintly discernible spiritual energy rippled at the tip of the sword and stopped in the air, motionless. Suddenly, a strong light burst out, and then it immediately returned to its original state. Not long after, another wave of strong ghosts appeared. This cycle repeated. In a short time, it had already flashed more than 10 times. Finally, the Calamity Sword returned to its original state, as if there were no changes at all. The sword spirit said thoughtfully, "Improve it in all aspects. With the sun and moon ointment, you don't have to hold anything back." Oh? Chu Yang's spirit was immediately lifted. First, he threw the sun and moon ointment out. With a swoosh, the Calamity Sword pierced the sun and moon ointment. In an instant, the sun and moon ointment was absorbed into powder. Then, Chu Yang took out the precious materials that he had originally collected one after another. In the end, he directly put the Calamity Sword into the Calamity Space and let it absorb it by itself. The sword spirit immediately became very nervous. 3 days later, the Calamity Sword finished absorbing the existing resources. Except for the dozens of pieces of materials that Chu Yang had left behind to forge weapons, and the mysterious jade ice crystal and mysterious yang jade that the sword spirit was desperately protecting, the Calamity Space was already empty. And the sword spirit had also ripened a petal of the heavenly orchid. His aura had suddenly weakened a lot, but a burst of black fog started to rise from his body after he took it, and this black fog started to condense inside the sword spirit's body. His entire body had become very condensed by the time this black fog had completely condensed inside his body. This visual effect was more than 10 times stronger than before he took it. It's really worth it. The sword spirit sighed deeply. He looked at his arms and legs with satisfaction and proudly shook them a few times. What do we do now? The sword spirit asked. Immediately heal Qing Wu's 3 meridian, Chu Yang said unquestionably. As he spoke, he hurriedly walked out. And then immediately let the calamity sword refine elixirs to increase the strength of my brothers. Chu Yang said without hesitation, their current strength is too weak. Chapter 5:11. Why? Chu Yang was stunned and stopped. Because your path is already different. The sword spirit became more serious than ever and said, if you just want a group of strong fighters, you can improve them quickly. But if you want everlasting brothers, it's best not to. Why? Is it a good thing to improve their strength? Chu Yang asked in confusion. Baidu Search Network's high-quality updates the fastest. In short, it's not good. The sword spirit replied, my memory is sealed, so I can't say what's not good about it. But I can feel that it's best not to do it. The best way is to strengthen their foundation and improve their aptitude. Let them accumulate their strength step by step and reach the peak. That's the right way. The sword spirit replied, I'm risking my life by saying this, because, I'll have to repeat the fate of the past 10,000 years. Chu Yang suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He looked up at the sword spirit. The sword spirit was tongue-tied and covered his mouth. Obviously, he knew that he had said something he shouldn't have. Then I'll use the pills to strengthen their foundation. Chu Yang stared at the sword spirit for a long time before he said slowly. The sword spirit's face was full of joy and he nodded repeatedly. His warning this time could be said to be a huge risk, but this was the only hope he could feel. The hope of breaking free from the cycle of reincarnation. So the sword spirit didn't want to let it go. If Chu Yang really used pills to raise the strength of Gu Duxing and the others, it would be tantamount to letting the calamity sword unintentionally leave a mark in their hearts and divine senses. In that way, Chu Yang would walk the same path as the previous masters of the sword. Chu Yang's face was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. I also want to repeat the fate of the past 10,000 years. The sword spirit's words made Chu Yang shudder. As soon as the calamity sword appeared, the world changed instantly. The masters of the heavens changed, and the great clans were annihilated and replaced by new great clans. Then, why was it a big clan and not the 5 big clans? And not the 10 big clans? Why was it a clan? Did this have anything to do with the sword? There was another point. Every time the sword appeared, it would hide in a different place for 10,000 years. In other words, it had been buried for 10,000 years. Then, how long did it take for the previous master of Calamity Sword to unify the first heaven? This period of time was definitely not very long. At most a few hundred years, however, the Calamity Sword returned to the body and was buried for another 10,000 years. Then, where did the master of the Calamity Sword go? As he thought of all these, Chu Yang felt a chill run down his spine, and a chill spread throughout his body. It was as if there was a huge net coming down on him from all directions. There was nowhere to run. It was as if the heavens had returned to fate, and the heavens had returned to order. The path of the Calamity Sword Master was like the path of life. Baidu world defying heavens. No one can stop the spear in front of you. Whether you move or not, you will grow old. Whether you move or not, you will walk the path of the Calamity Sword Master. You do things for yourself, for your own selfish interests. But all the things you do add up to unwittingly coincide with another path that God has already arranged for you. This was the will of heaven. When Chu Yang obtained the Calamity Sword, he encountered Mo Qingwu's death. He didn't want Mo Qingwu to die, so he could only reverse fate. To reverse fate, he had to go to Iron Cloud. When he went to Iron Cloud, he had to face Diwu Qingru. A war between the two countries and tens of millions of lives would be lost. This was already in line with the path of the Calamity Sword Master. In order to save Mo Qingwu, he needed to get the heavy pill. He needed to improve the calamity sword step by step. He had already reached this point. The upper three heavens was still waiting for him, because Chu Yang's background and his parents were there. In his previous life, he didn't care about anything. But in this life, how could he not care about anything? So Chu Yang definitely had to go to the upper three heavens. Even if he had to turn back into powder, he still had to go. But as long as he went, he would be getting closer and closer to the path of the calamity sword. In other words, the path that God had set for Chu Yang was the path of the calamity sword master. It could be imagined that as life progressed step by step, what pushed Chu Yang forward was definitely not just a little bit. Thinking of all this, Chu Yang broke out in a cold sweat. He felt a chill run down his spine. Is it really irreversible? I thought that I had already reversed it, but it turns out that I had been following it for a long time. At this moment, a thought suddenly popped up in Chu Yang's mind. After saving Imo Qinggu, I'll live in seclusion with Imo Qinggu and not care about worldly affairs? Is it inevitable? Chu Yang's heart was heavy as he walked back from the white crystal mine. When he saw Gu Duxing and the others, the heaviness on Chu Yang's face was still clearly visible. His thoughts still didn't stop. The sword spirit in his mind was also silent. He didn't dare to make a sound to disturb him. Boss. Luo Kadi wanted to cry but had no tears. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. These four brothers of his were no longer in human form. Even people with strong perseverance like Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were already exhausted from Dukyu's training. When they met again, Chu Yang almost couldn't recognize who was who. Dukyu's sparring was indeed very good and powerful. It was a complete and utter abuse. However, under such torture, Luo Kadi and Jimo's cultivation improved very quickly. They were already at the point of breaking through. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang had already broken through. Gu Duxing was now a 4th-grade Sword King. Dong Wushang was now a 4th-grade Saber King. The little girl Imo Qingwu was holding the booklet that Jun Shizhu had given her. She was carefully studying it. When she saw Chu Yang return, she put the booklet in her bosom and jumped over. These guys are very malleable. Dukyu was full of praise. He had squeezed out all the potential of Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others in his own unique way. The more he squeezed them out, the more amazed Dukyu became. It was simply inconceivable that ordinary people could have such potential. Have you finished refining the pills? Chu Yang asked in his mind. Yes, a total of 10 spirit transformation pills. Sword Spirit replied. Taking this pill won't have the special effect of increasing one's cultivation, but it can enhance the potential of the person who takes it. It can make their martial arts foundation more outstanding. Moreover, it can make their meridians more bearable. Moreover, it contains the power of enlightenment of the heavenly way. It can increase the possibility of making a breakthrough as long as they have the opportunity. Sword Spirit replied, This pill is the mildest among all the similar pills. Chu Yang nodded and said, That's good. Then, he called Gu Duxing and the others to take 1 pill each. Then, he introduced the effects of the pill to the 4 people in detail. Gu Duxing and the others were dumbstruck. There's such a miraculous medicine in the world. Chu Yang then said to Dukyu, Brother Yu, I'll have to trouble you for a few days. Train them well to spread the efficacy of the pill. You should have more experience than us in this aspect. So, you should pay attention to the fact that the medicinal efficacy must spread to every meridian, every muscle, and even the brain. So, we need an expert like Brother Yu to personally check it. Dukyu laughed out loud. This is no problem. I'll make sure that they don't waste even a little bit of it. Ha 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 ha. I want to die. How many more days? Luo Kudi and GMO screamed at the same time. They looked at each other in dismay. They wanted to cry, but had no tears. They had been turned into mud by Dukyu in the past few days. How many more days would it take? That spirit beast hasn't made any movements during this time, right? Chu Yang asked. Chu Yang was still somewhat concerned about this matter. No. Well, someone had encountered a wind fox a few nights ago. But that thing was too fast. So, it was as if it didn't appear. Later, a few corpses were found. The unstoppable spear of pride in the heavens died under the sharp claws of a fire lion. It seems that not only is there a spirit beast here, but there's more than one. Dukyu's spirit was very excited as he said, "As long as we can confirm that this thing really exists, I'll be relieved. There's no need to rush. Besides, how can a spirit beast be so easy to deal with? Good. If possible, we'll take action." Chuyang nodded affirmatively and said, "Then, I'll go take care of something first." As he said this, he picked up Emo Qingwu and went back in the direction of the white crystal or vein. To heal Emo Qingwu, he needed an absolutely quiet place. Only a place like the white crystal or vein would be warm enough, and he wouldn't have to worry about being disturbed. Moreover, it was spacious enough. Seeing Chuyang leave, Dukyu clasped his hands behind his back and turned his head. He bared his teeth at the youngsters who had just taken the pill. He smiled maliciously. "Brothers, come?" Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang sighed at the same time. Luo Ku Di and GMO lay flat on the snowy ground. "Brother Chuyang, where are you taking me?" Emo Qingwu asked curiously. "I'm taking you to a very fun place." Chuyang smiled slightly. "Really? Of course, really. What are we going to do there?" "To treat your illness." Emo Qingwu cried out in surprise. Then, she suddenly thought of something and became shy. She squeezed her little head into Chuyang's arms. "What's wrong?" Chuyang was surprised. I'm shy," Emo Qingwu whispered. She was so shy that she couldn't speak. "What are you shy about?" Chuyang scratched his head in confusion. Why was this little loli so shy? "My wound is on my chest." Emo Qingwu pouted and said, "Brother Chuyang, you're taking advantage of me." Chuyang staggered as he was running. He lost his footing on the glacier and slid down. Then, he fell on his back. His two buttocks were caught off guard and broke into 8 pieces as a result. Chuyang got up and looked at the little girl in his arms. He was speechless. How old is this little girl? She's already thinking of this. "Brother Chuyang, don't worry. Don't be surprised." Emo Qingwu blushed. She moved closer to his ear and said, "I don't mind. Really, if it was someone else, I would rather die than let him see me." The little girl said resolutely and decisively. She then added, "It's just that I haven't grown up yet. It's just starting to grow. Brother Chuyang, please don't dislike it." Chuyang's face darkened. He picked her up and ran away. "Heavens, please strike me with lightning and kill me, this beast." Emo Qingwu shyly nestled in his arms and whispered, "It will grow up in the future." Chuyang stumbled again. "Spare me. Boo-hoo-hoo." Chapter 512. Not long after, the mentally exhausted Chuyang finally arrived at the White Crystal Mine with Emo Qingwu in his arms. His body flashed, and he entered the mine through the secret passage that Dukyu had dug. They went all the way to the underground. Baidu search network, high-quality update, what a spacious underground cave. Emo Qingwu opened her big eyes wide as she exclaimed in surprise. Chuyang shook his hand, and 3 luminous pearls were embedded in the stone wall. Suddenly, the entire area was softly illuminated. Then, Chuyang casually waved his hand, and a large flat stone that he had already prepared was cleaned. Then, he took out some bedding from the tribulation space and laid it on top of it. "Come, Qingwu, take off your clothes and lie on top of it." Chuyang waved his hand and suddenly thought of something. He took out a few pieces of mysterious yang jade from the tribulation space and spread them around. Suddenly, the entire space became warm and comfortable. "I really have to take off my clothes." Emo Qingwu's small face turned red. Her 2 small hands tightly grasped the front of her clothes, and her eyes moved around. "Brother Chuyang, you are so naughty." Chuyang sweated profusely. "I am naughty? Little girl, it will take a few years for me to be naughty. Your current body, even if I want to be naughty, it will be quite difficult. Hurry up." Chuyang had no choice but to put on a serious face. "Humph." The little girl came over slowly. She looked at Chuyang from the corner of her eyes as she walked. Then, her 2 small hands began to untie her belt. She took off her overcoat, and then the small leather jacket, and then the small leather waistcoat, and then the small cotton padded jacket, and then the small cotton waistcoat, and finally, the small belly band. There were more than 10 layers. Only a small red belly band was left on her upper body. It wrapped around her snow-white skin, and the little girl covered her chest with her hands. Chu Yang sighed. This small chest is just beginning to pop out. It can't even be considered as the tip of a lotus flower. A slightly chubby boy is probably bigger than this little girl here, and she is still so nervous that she doesn't want to let me see it. Are you done? Mo Ching Wu asked timidly. Take it off, Chu Yang said with black lines on his forehead. Ah, so shy. Mo Ching Wu covered her face. Let me do it. Let me do it. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'll do it myself. The little girl nimbly jumped up, kicked off her little leather boots, and jumped onto the bed. She even stretched out her petal-like little feet in front of Chu Yang and said triumphantly, Elder brother Chu Yang, smell it. Mine doesn't stink. Chu Yang couldn't help but look at his feet. In fact, he was also depressed. He already had an innate constitution, and all the impurities in his body had already been expelled. Why did he still have the problem of foot odor? This shouldn't be happening. When he came back to his senses, he saw that the little girl had already taken off her doo-doo. Her upper body was bare, and she was lying on the specially made bed. Her two small hands were nervously covering her small breasts, which didn't have the slightest bit of size. Alas. Chu Yang sighed. He reached out and took her right hand away, then looked at the place where she had been injured. There was only a dark red mark left. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. This was only possible because the little girl had been constantly exhausting her physical strength during this period of time. Otherwise, there would be no such thing. Feeling Chu Yang's warm hand touching her body, Mo Ching Wu tightly closed her eyes. Her small body also became perfectly straight. He looked like he was overly nervous. Chu Yang was both angry and amused. He really didn't know what this little girl was nervous about. At his command, the Calamity Sword moved instantly. A stream of pure medicinal power was instantly injected into Mo Ching Wu's body from his palm. The sword spirit in his mind rubbed his hands together. A stream of mysterious spiritual power poured out from Chu Yang's consciousness and merged with the medicinal power of the Calamity Sword. Chu Yang reached out his left hand, and there was an amethyst box. With a push of his thumb, the lid of the box opened with a snap. A fragrance immediately wafted out. It was the heavy pill, ready at any time. The tip of the Calamity Sword let out a long cry. Suddenly, it escaped from Chu Yang's fingertips and turned into a stream of light, drilling into Mo Ching Wu's meridians. Mo Ching Wu only felt that her body was getting hotter and hotter. In the end, her chest was already scorching hot. A kind of heart-wrenching pain suddenly rose. Instantly, she frowned in pain and groaned painfully from her throat. This kind of feeling was even more painful than when he was struck by the sword, and this kind of pain was gradually getting worse. Chu Yang stared intently, only to see a pink scar slowly bulging on Mei Qingwu's chest. Gradually, her entire chest seemed to be filled with a transparent red light, and even Mo Qingwu's internal organs could be vaguely seen. It hurts. Big brother Chu Yang. Mo Qingwu frowned in pain. Her eyes glistened with tears. She pursed her lips and looked at Chu Yang pitifully. It's okay. Bear with it. Little Wu is the strongest. Bear with it and you'll be fine. You can practice martial arts in the future. Chu Yang comforted her gently. Mo Qingwu perked up. Yes, I want to practice martial arts. I want to protect big brother Chu Yang. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. She said it didn't hurt, but slowly, she clenched her teeth and didn't make a sound. Sweat the size of soybeans kept coming out of her face and body. Chu Yang's heart ached as he watched, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't dare to urge her to hurry up. Right now, Mo Qingwu's scar finally appeared. It completely bulged out of her skin and floated on the surface. Chu Yang was about to feed the heavy pill to this little girl immediately. Wait, the sword spirit stopped him. The sword spirit's spiritual power had been constantly outputting. So, he seemed a little tired at this moment. Why? Chu Yang asked. How far do you want this little girl to go? The sword spirit asked in a heavy voice. If you want to repair her 3 meridians, now is the right time. If you want to improve her constitution, now is not the right time. Improve her constitution? Chu Yang frowned. Since ancient times, Women have practiced martial arts faster than men. Especially for men and women with the same qualifications, women are faster than men. Therefore, women's constitution may be weak, but their endurance is better than men's. You can't not know this, the sword spirit said. Chu Yang slowly nodded. If you look at it from this point of view, this phenomenon is also true. But once a woman reaches a certain age, she will be shackled by the congenital shackles, and she will slowly lose these advantages after marriage. The sword spirit slowly said, there are several kinds of peerless constitutions for women. With such constitutions, practicing any martial arts will yield twice the results with half the effort. If you have a suitable martial art, you can even advance 1,000 miles in a day. For example, your senior sister Wu Qianqian of the lower three heavens has the mysterious Yin female body. But Emo Qing Wu is born with the 3 Yin meridians. You must know that if the 3 Yin meridians are improved, it will be recognized as the number 1 constitution in the world. It will be stronger than the mysterious Yin female body. The sword spirit said heavily. What kind of constitution? Chu Yang asked nervously. Heavenly Yin body, innate spirit meridians. The sword spirit said these words almost word by word. Heavenly Yin body, innate spirit meridians? Chu Yang asked in puzzlement. This was the first time he had heard of such a constitution. Have you seen Duke Yu's constitution? The sword spirit snorted. You mean? Chu Yang asked in surprise. Yes, this heavenly Yin body and innate spirit meridians are strange constitutions on par with Duke Yu's innate spirit body. Even if you find a suitable martial art, it will be stronger than Duke Yu's constitution, because its original body is female. The sword spirit snorted and said, moreover, it was transformed by the heavenly law of the calamity sword. The transformation of the heavenly law of the universe is the power of the universe. Although Duke Yu's aptitude is special, it's only the power of his race. How can it be compared with the power of the heavenly law? The sword spirit said with a smile full of temptation. Besides, now is an important time to repair the 3 Yin meridians. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be a second possibility. Even if you suffer the same injury again, after being healed by the calamity sword this time, there won't be any hope for you to form the heavenly Yin body again. That's why I asked you to think about it. Let's do it. Chu Yang made a prompt decision. Heavenly Yin body, innate spirit meridians. This was Emo Qingwu's great fortune. Since there was such an opportunity, how could Chu Yang miss it? The stronger Emo Qingwu was, the safer she would be. However, she will have to suffer more pain. The sword spirit said slowly. It's better to have a short pain than a long pain. Chu Yang's eyes shone with heartache, but he didn't hesitate. Let's start immediately. Okay. The sword spirit agreed and immediately informed the calamity sword tip. The calamity sword tip suddenly flashed in Emo Qingwu's body and instantly turned into thousands of fragments, penetrating Emo Qingwu's entire body. Even the unique light of the calamity sword was flashing above Emo Qingwu's head. Emo Qingwu couldn't clench her teeth anymore. She groaned in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked at Chu Yang helplessly. Her originally bright eyes were already dead gray. Chu Yang, brother, it's okay. It'll be okay soon. Chu Yang held this small body in his arms with heartache. He pressed his face against her face and comforted her gently. Cough, cough. Emo Qingwu coughed lightly and fainted. Hurry. Chu Yang couldn't help but roar. On Emo Qingwu's chest, the wound of the 3 Yin meridians was already clearly visible. Chu Yang could even see with his naked eye how that sword had destroyed the innate meridians. The tiny meridians were quickly connected together under the star-like sword light. Like thousands of bent threads, they were easily cut by the calamity sword tip. Finally, that horrifying wound slowly disappeared. Emo Qingwu's entire body, from the top of her head to the soles of her feet, suddenly shone with the luster of starlight. At first glance, it seemed that all the starlight in the entire universe had been transferred to this little girl's body, which was as white as a lotus flower. This is the moment. Take the heavy pill. Hurry. The sword spirit shouted in his mind. Chapter 5:13. Chu Yang didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly brought the purple crystal bottle close to Imo Qingwu's mouth. But Imo Qingwu had already fainted. She clenched her teeth tightly. The heavy pill couldn't enter. Baidu search network's high-quality updates the fastest Chu Yang frowned. Without any hesitation, he circulated his energy. His energy formed a vacuum energy shield around his mouth. Then, he put the heavy pill into his mouth. He leaned forward and used the tip of his tongue to gently pull back Imo Qingwu's teeth. The tip of his tongue moved back and forth agilely on Imo Qingwu's soft lips. Then, he slowly opened them. Imo Qingwu originally closed her mouth tightly and clenched her teeth, but she felt that there seemed to be something moving gently on her mouth. There was a comfortable itch. She couldn't help but gently open her mouth. Chu Yang took the opportunity to fiercely push the tip of his tongue and finally pushed the heavy pill into her mouth. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. But at this moment, an accident happened. Although Imo Qingwu was unconscious, she instinctively realized that something had entered her mouth. She subconsciously closed her teeth. Ouch! Chu Yang cried out miserably. His voice was dull and unclear. His tongue was bitten by Imo Qingwu's sharp teeth. Minister Chu was in trouble. He was in front of the little girl. His tongue was stretched out and was bitten. His whole body was sweating. He wanted to pull it out bit by bit. Oh my God, I'm bleeding. I can't circulate any energy in this place. But Imo Qingwu was biting very tightly. The little girl closed her mouth and clenched her teeth. She was very determined. Minister Chu sighed repeatedly in his heart. He could only slowly try to pull it out, but it didn't work. So, he endured the pain and moved the tip of his tongue back and forth in the little girl's mouth. Imo Qingwu indeed felt that her mouth was unbearably itchy. She unconsciously loosened her mouth. Ouch! Chu Yang finally rescued his tongue. He only felt pain. He stuck his tongue out and touched it with his hand. Blood. What's wrong with intercepting a drink from the proud melon hand cold Tinglu? This little girl is quite strong. Minister Chu stuck his tongue out and looked back with a bitter face. The sword spirit clearly knew that he shouldn't laugh at this critical juncture. However, he still couldn't help but convulse with laughter. The heavy pill entered her mouth and immediately transformed into countless pure spiritual powers, which rushed towards Imo Qingwu's body in all directions. Then, the specks of starlight on Imo Qingwu's body suddenly flourished. The range of the starlight's illumination seemed to have shrunk the entire universe, and all of it was concentrated on Imo Qingwu. When a person returns to his body, he becomes a universe of his own. Can you tell? The sword spirit said lightly. This sentence is absolutely not said casually. Chu Yang looked at the starlight on Imo Qingwu's body and imagined the starry sky in his memory. It's true that the reincarnation of the human body is a universe of its own, but without the power of the heavenly Tao, no one can activate its true use. The sword spirit replied, therefore, since ancient times, countless powerful people and wise people have been pursuing the heavenly Tao. A lot of people are pursuing the heavenly Echo Tao, but they don't know what it is for. There are even more people who think that the heavenly Echo Tao is just a form of power. The sword spirit said disdainfully, but the real pursuit of the heavenly Echo Tao is just to activate the universe of the heavenly Echo Tao. Let this person be self-sufficient, and from then on, transcend the heavenly Echo Tao and transcend the cycle of reincarnation. This is the real nirvana realm. What's after the nirvana realm? Chu Yang said deeply. Who can guarantee that this so-called nirvana realm is not another beginning? Or, it's just a beginning? The sword spirit was startled. He said, this makes sense. After a moment of silence, he pondered over Chu Yang's words. Suddenly, he said loudly, this sentence makes a lot of sense. Then, he continued to ponder. As the heavy pill entered her body, Imo Qingwu only felt that her whole body was light and floating. The originally indescribable pain seemed to have disappeared. She woke up with a moan. She only felt that her body was incomparably comfortable. The wound on her chest, which was originally hurting faintly, was now very comfortable. There was no pain at all. Her whole body was so light that it was as if she was about to fly. She was overjoyed. She turned over and was about to sit up. Chu Yang gently held her down and said vaguely, "Don't stare." "Brother Chu Yang," replied a brother. The little girl stared with her big round eyes. "What are you talking about? What's wrong with your tongue turning back? Bo, move. The sea is digging again. Don't move, it's not over yet." Chu Yang turned his head with his tongue wide open. He hissed and sucked in cold air. He used a little strength to tell the little girl, "Don't move." "Oh." The little girl blinked and lay back down obediently. She was full of concern. "Brother Chu Yang," replied a brother, "your tongue turning back?" Chu Yang wanted to cry but had no tears. "My tongue turning back? Didn't you bite my tongue when it turned back? Do you think it's easy for me? I almost broke off and became a mute." The timid girl immediately changed her line of sight. "Ah, why are there so many stars on my body? So beautiful, so beautiful." Finally, the starlight on Emo Chingwu's body slowly receded. Her skin gradually returned to its original soft and tender state. The whiteness returned to its redness. It was extremely delicate and tender. "Well, you can let go now," the sword spirit reminded. "The little girl needs to eliminate some things now." "What things?" Chu Yang was speaking in his mind. So, it naturally had nothing to do with the tongue turning back. He hadn't finished speaking when he saw the little girl's face suddenly turn red. Her eyebrows wrinkled. Her two legs were also forcefully pressed together. She looked at him with some shame and indignation in her eyes. Her voice seemed to have been squeezed out from her throat. I want." Chu Yang was startled. He quickly let go. The little girl's movements were extremely fast. She jumped up from the bed like an arrow and rushed out naked. Chu Yang touched his nose. Then, he heard a voice from afar. "Cough, cough." A long time passed. The little girl's low and delicate voice was heard. "Brother Chu Yang," replied a brother. "What's the matter?" "I didn't bring that." Emo Chingwu was extremely embarrassed. "I didn't bring any cleaning products to the toilet. But there's no other way. That feeling is really too urgent." Chu Yang laughed out loud. Baidu world-defying heavens bar provided by Unstoppable Spear. The little girl suddenly became embarrassed. "Quickly give me some." "Boo-hoo." Chu Yang hurriedly sent it over. After a long time, the little girl rushed over like a gust of wind. Chu Yang only saw her fair and tender body turn around in a flash. The little girl had already grabbed her clothes and desperately put them on one by one. Her pretty face turned red. Chu Yang laughed evilly. "Let you wear it. You might as well not wear it." Sure enough, not long after, Emo Chingwu's stomach growled again. Her expression changed. In an instant, she ran out like a gust of wind again. After running 5 times in a row, she leaned into Chu Yang's arms, exhausted. Her face was pale. She said weakly, "Brother Chu Yang," replied a brother, "this diarrhea is really bad." "Is this diarrhea? You're cleansing your meridians and marrow." Chu Yang sighed. Sigh. Emo Chingwu sighed. She was very depressed. "What's wrong?" Chu Yang asked. During this period, he had already applied medicine on the wound on the back of his tongue. It felt much cooler. He could also speak in a way that others could understand. "I kept laughing at Brother Chu Yang for having smelly feet. Now, I've made Brother Chu Yang smelly to death." Emo Chingwu pouted and said very shamelessly. "Ha ha ha." Chu Yang couldn't help but kiss the little girl back and rub her hair. Finally, Emo Chingwu's injury was healed. Chu Yang was in a very good mood now. But the little girl kept pouting. Even when she heard that her injury was healed, she didn't show much joy. This made Chu Yang very puzzled. "Chingwu, what's wrong with you?" "Woo-woo." The moment he asked that question, the little girl threw herself into his arms and started crying. Chu Yang was shocked. "Homesick?" "No." Emo Chingwu cried for a while. Then, she said, "Boo-hoo. Mother said that a girl's body should be as pure as ice and as pure as jade. She shouldn't let any man see it. But you, Brother Chu Yang, you saw everything, boo-hoo." Chu Yang was petrified. "What should I do?" "Boo-hoo." The little girl was very sad. She sobbed and said, "Brother Chu Yang, you'll take responsibility, right?" Chu Yang's eyebrows jumped twice. It seemed as if he had just woken up from a dream. I'll take responsibility. I'll take responsibility. He wiped his cold sweat. This Emo clan's upbringing is really valiant. Such a little girl has already started to force others to take responsibility for her. The little girl continued to sob. She proudly raised her eyebrows in a place where Chu Yong couldn't see. She touched the small booklet that Jun Shizhu had given her in her pocket. It didn't only contain Jun Shizhu's Jianghu experience as the overlord of the underworld. It also contained many body techniques, sword techniques, and some reflections. Of course, the thing that attracted the little girl the most wasn't this aspect. Instead, it was Jun Lulu's introductory education. Jun Lulu liked this little girl very much. She also thought that Emo Qing would run away from home at such a young age. She would inevitably suffer if no one taught her some things about being a girl. Therefore, this zither master, who had a maternal instinct, wrote several pages in great detail. It was densely packed and taught Emo Qingwu the ways of being a girl. In particular, she wrote the most about being on guard against men, and so on and so forth. However, this zither master had never dreamt that this how to guard against men that she had painstakingly written would become Emo Qingwu's guide to bathing in the sun. In particular, don't stay away, refuse but still welcome, keep your distance, and so on. Emo Qingwu had done the opposite with Chu Yong. Humph, brother Chu Yong is mine anyway. The little girl proudly thought in her heart. Chu Yong began to test the little girl in the next few days. Then, he explained some things to her. He also checked the condition of her body while he was at it. Moreover, the meridian and marrow cleansing was still going on. 8 days had passed by the time the two of them finally went out. Almost all the people of the aristocratic clans had rushed to the northern wilderness. And a low-level green rainbow blood snake had been chased a few days ago. It was said that it had been seriously injured. Dukyu had already brought Gu Duxing and the others to chase after it. Only a king-level expert of the Gu clan was left behind to wait for Chu Yong and inform him of the news. Chu Yong heard that there was no time to lose. He immediately pulled Emo Qingwu in the direction that the king-level expert had pointed out. 2 figures came back. One had a tall and handsome figure, and the other had a petite and exquisite figure. They were like 2 cool breezes that blew across the ice field. In the sky above the two of them, there was a figure coming from afar. This person was very impressive. In the sky full of snow, it was as if he didn't affect a single snowflake at all. He floated in the air and floated over. His speed was extremely fast. He saw Chu Yong on the snow-covered ground at a glance. This person's gaze froze. He smiled and said to himself, such a young age, but such a quick and nimble agility. But he didn't take it seriously. He swept over the two of them. Chu Yong didn't feel anything. But this person suddenly exclaimed after he flew over. He muttered, something is wrong with that little girl. He turned around and turned around again. Chapter 5:14. Chu Yong and Emo Qingwu moved forward as light as a feather. Emo Qingwu's injuries were healed. Both of them were in the happiest moment. Both of them felt as light as a feather along the way. Especially Emo Qingwu. After walking for a while and activating her blood meridians, she felt as light as a swallow. It seemed that her strength was increasing with every passing moment. Her body became more and more flexible. Her spiritual power was increasing constantly. Her whole body felt more and more comfortable. After walking at a high speed for a while, her whole body began to heat up. Steam came out of her body. Chu Yong wanted her to adapt to her body in the shortest time possible. So, he sped up and let her catch up on her own. Emo Qingwu's competitive spirit was aroused. She chuckled as she flew up and passed by. Above the two of them, the mysterious expert's eyes became more and more satisfied. He muttered to himself, the heat on the top of your head has a yin color. You actually have the 3 yin meridians? This kind of constitution is rare. Emo Qingwu chased after him. Her face was full of joy. After running for 50 miles, she actually caught up with him. Her face was full of pride. But at this moment, she suddenly staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood was solid. It was purple-black and solidified. It fell on the snow, but didn't splash. Instead, it condensed together like a mass of paste. Chu Yong was shocked. In his mind, the sword spirit let out a long sigh of relief. He said, "This is great. This heavenly body and innate spirit meridians are finally connected with this mouthful of blood." Chu Yang replied with an "oh" and opened his eyes to look. He saw Mo Qingwu looking at the mouthful of blood in panic. She was a little panic-stricken, but her face was rosy and there was nothing unusual. Then, she walked 2 steps. She seemed to be lighter than before. Mo Qingwu was surprised. How could there be no hindrance after vomiting blood? She tried to jump and run for a distance. Then, she looked up in confusion. "Brother Chu Yang, what's going on? Why don't I feel uncomfortable after vomiting blood?" Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said, "There's a problem with your constitution. After vomiting this mouthful of blood, you don't feel uncomfortable anymore." "I feel the same." Mo Qingwu smiled and tilted her head. She blinked and said happily, "Brother Chu Yang, I feel very strange." "Strange?" "Yes." The little lowly happily somersaulted on the ground and said, "Elder brother Chu Yang, I suddenly feel that this world is very intimate and warm. I feel as if you were hugging me while walking in this world." "Eh?" Chu Yang was also puzzled. "There's such a feeling?" "Yes." The little lowly happily spread out her hands and spun in a circle, saying, "I can feel the spiritual energy between heaven and earth automatically flowing into my body. Hee, this feeling is really good." Then, she extended her fair and tender little hands, as if she was presenting a treasure. Her pretty eyes glanced at Chu Yang. "Elder brother Chu Yang, quickly come and see." Chu Yang moved closer and couldn't help but widen his eyes. As soon as Mo Qingwu started to circulate her martial arts, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to have received an order and rushed to gather towards Mo Qingwu's fair and tender little hands. In an instant, 2 pillars of spiritual energy were formed above her 2 fair and tender little hands, and almost became her second nature. Moreover, this pillar of spiritual energy was drilling into Mo Qingwu's meridians at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Haha. What's going on?" Chu Yang wasn't laughing. Instead, it was an unconscious sound that came out of his throat. "I don't know either." Mo Qingwu happily waved her hand, and the spirit energy pillar dispersed with a bang. Then, she beckoned with her hand, and the dispersed spirit energy above her palm suddenly gathered together again. Then, it turned into a hazy lotus flower. "What?" The little lowly danced with joy. "I know how to do tricks." Chu Yang was dumbfounded. The old man in the sky almost fell down with a somersault. The old man's eyes widened as he watched the spirit energy lotus flower, little bird pillar, and other transformations taking place in the little girl's palm. Slowly, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His breathing also became hurried, and his eyes immediately turned red. "What did I see? What did I see?" The old man's hands trembled, and his face looked like he was about to cry. "What exactly did I see?" In this world, there is actually such a constitution. By the time the old man came back to his senses, the big and small below had already become 2 small dots in the snow and walked far away. The old man stopped in midair. He stood there in a daze for a long time, and suddenly, he opened his mouth and sucked in a breath of cold air with a hiss. All the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from all directions seemed to be sucked in by his mouth. Suddenly, a spiritual energy storm was formed. In the distance, Chu Yang and Mo Qingwu suddenly felt a little suffocated, and for a moment, they actually had difficulty breathing. It was as if the spiritual energy in this area had suddenly disappeared. Both of them were greatly surprised and endured this uncomfortable feeling until they ran for a while more before they felt that their breathing was smooth. What happened just now? Chu Yang was puzzled. He looked back, and all he could see was the boundless world, and nothing could be seen. "It was really strange just now?" Mo Qingwu also asked. The 2 of them looked at each other and then smiled. They didn't even know. Mo Qingwu jumped and hugged Chu Yang's neck. "Big brother Chu Yang, I'm tired. Carry me and run?" "Okay." Chu Yang laughed and picked up this weak and boneless body and flew all the way. Both of them didn't know that all this was caused by someone who couldn't control his emotions and took a deep breath. This old man's unintentional breath actually sucked up all the spiritual energy within a radius of thousands of feet. It turned this vast area into a vacuum. What kind of cultivation was this? But this old man with such a terrifying cultivation was already scared out of his wits by what he saw. Even after a long time, he was still muttering to himself, "My God, my earth, my God, what did I see? Heavenly body, innate spirit meridians. I. My eyes are blurry." He was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. "I'll catch up and take a look again." He did as he said, and with a kick of his feet in the air, he suddenly disappeared. Behind him, there was actually a long vacuum tunnel. The sound of a fierce fight was faintly heard from the front of the snowstorm. A clear whistling sound was heard, and it turned into a thunderclap in this snowstorm. It was Duke Yu's voice. Then, a long whistle was heard. It was full of energy and wasn't inferior to Duke Yu's. But the voice was clear and gentle. It was a woman's voice. It was Jun Shizhu. Then, a loud shout was heard. It shook the area within a radius of 100 miles. Chu Yang took a deep breath. So, this big sister of the three heavens underworld is so awesome. It seems that she isn't inferior to Duke Yu. He walked closer and saw that many people had formed a big circle. Almost all of these people were king-level experts. Gu Duxing and the others were also here. In addition, the people of several big clans were also here. Everyone was nervously looking at the scene. The people of the Ming clan were in a remote corner. The people of the Ming clan couldn't take advantage of Duke Yu after Chu Yang had sent a message to him. They could only fight recklessly in the open. However, their strength wasn't enough to fight recklessly. Therefore, they could only stay on one side and wait to get a share of the leftovers. Moreover, their original purpose was only to obtain a few drops of the spirit beast's blood. 3 figures were entangled in a whirlwind in the field. One of them was graceful and elegant, but her attacks were ruthless. Her attacks were as heavy as a mountain. Her black clothes were fluttering, and her long hair was fluttering. She was Jun Shizhu. The other person's black clothes were fluttering in the wind. He seemed to be handling a butcher's cleaver with ease even though he was in such a fierce battle. In fact, it seemed as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Every move of his didn't carry the slightest bit of anger. It was Duke Yu. It turned out that the 2 leaders of the Dark Bamboo were attacking the spirit beast. No wonder the others didn't dare to intervene. Who in the 3 heavens would dare to snatch something that the Dark Bamboo wanted? So many king-level experts of the aristocratic clans had gathered here in the 3 heavens, and they only wanted the blood of the spirit beast that would drip from the body of Jun Shizhu and Duke Yu. As for the core of the spirit beast, they didn't even dare to think about it. The target of Jun Shizhu and Duke Yu's attack was a blood-red viper. This snake should be the green rainbow blood snake. Chu Yang muttered. Imo Qingwu looked at the field with her black eyes. She stuck out her tongue and said, "This snake is very ugly." This viper was only about 10 feet long. Its entire body was covered with blood-red scales. It had 3 heads and looked ferocious and dreadful. It had 2 strange claws under its lower abdomen, and its tail was a powerful weapon. It almost never landed on the ground. It was fighting in the air. Its eyes were full of impatience and malevolence. It was obvious that this snake was very helpless and angry at the fact that it had to face such an attack. One of the heads of this viper was constantly spurting out frost energy from its mouth. It was making a rustling sound. Even the air would briefly freeze wherever the frost energy passed. Then, it would shatter with a bang. The other head was constantly spewing out raging flames. Wherever the flames reached, the air would tremble and burn. The third head was stretching and shrinking. Every time it stretched and shrank, its neck would stretch for more than 100 feet in the blink of an eye. Its eerie white teeth were exposed, and a fishy smell filled the air. It would immediately retract if its attack didn't work. It would move like thunder and as fast as lightning. Its flexible tail was constantly swinging. It was controlling its body's balance. It would occasionally attack, but it would also retract its attack. However, its might was shocking. Chu Yang saw this, and realized that he would have had no other choice but to meet it head-on if he had been within its attack range. He couldn't have evaded it. Green fog was unceasingly emitting from the body of this blood snake along with the battle. The snowflakes in the air had also been dyed green along with the rise of this green fog. The ground where the battle had taken place had turned into a gloomy green color. Many places had already corroded and were riddled with holes. It was obvious that this fog was highly toxic. Jun Shiju and Dukyu could only fight in the air. They didn't dare to land on the ground because of this. Chu Yang looked at this green poisonous gas and thought, no wonder this guy is called the green rainbow blood snake. Its mouth and body are blood red, but it can spurt out green rainbow poisonous fog. Chapter 5:15. The green fog gradually filled the air, and the people outside the encirclement also started to slowly retreat. They kept a distance of several hundred feet from that green fog. The subordinates of Dark Bamboo were clearly ahead of everyone in the three directions. Their swords and hands were flashing. They were glaring like tigers watching their prey. They were ready to attack at any time. Chu Yang watched with rapt attention. He was secretly startled. A spirit beast is worthy of being called a spirit beast. It can contend against the joint attack of Jun Shiju and Dukyu. It has fallen into a disadvantageous position. It can't rush out no matter how hard it tries. However, it isn't injured. The terror of a spirit beast can be seen from this. Suddenly, a strange and hoarse hissing sound was heard while Chu Yang was pondering. He hastily looked up and saw that the viper had suddenly soared into the sky with a hissing sound. Then, a red shadow soared into the sky. Everyone who heard the viper's hissing sound couldn't help but feel a burst of dizziness in their heads, and they started to hallucinate. Jun Shiju and Elder Yu whistled and launched a pincer attack from both sides. Three shadows soared into the sky at the same time. Their speed was so fast that they had left behind countless afterimages. This had created a kind of extreme visual illusion. The people who didn't have time to raise their heads could clearly see that there were still three shadows fighting. The people who had just raised their heads could see that there were three shadows fighting in the sky. And the people who had raised their heads could also see that there were three shadows fighting in the sky. The green rainbow blood snake wanted to escape. This was something that everyone on the scene could see. Jun Shiju and Dukyu also understood this. Therefore, they had simultaneously intensified their attacks. They would have killed the green rainbow blood snake if they hadn't wanted to capture it alive. However, both of them had already realized that it was impossible to capture this spirit beast alive. Dukyu let out a long and loud shout. "I'll smash you down. You quickly go and take a breath." His voice hadn't faded when a green shadow flashed, and the sky was suddenly filled with green-robed silhouettes. Jun Shiju suddenly turned into a black line and rushed outside. She went 1,000 feet away in a flash. Then, she finally opened her mouth and took a breath of the spiritual energy of the world. Her tiptoes touched the ground, and her body transformed into a rainbow as she rushed back. It turned out that these two experts had been holding their breaths while fighting the green rainbow blood snake. It seems that these two people don't dare to breathe the poisonous gas of the green rainbow blood snake, even with their cultivation. Chu Yang thought to himself. Dukyu suddenly exhaled and roared when Jun Shiju flew out. "Get down!" The green figure suddenly flew up and arrived above the green rainbow blood snake. Then, he ruthlessly struck the green rainbow blood snake's head with his palm. Then, he followed up with more than 10 consecutive palm strikes and smashed the green rainbow blood snake's 3 heads. The green light blood snake let out a blood-curdling screech as its body fell to the ground. In the process of falling, Dukyu followed closely from high up in the sky. His 2 legs flipped as he continuously kicked the green light blood snake's body hundreds of times. With a peewed sound, the 3 heads of the green light blood snake simultaneously spat out blood arrows. 3 streaks of blood shot out in 3 different directions and landed on the snowy ground. A sea of crimson red. The eyes of the experts from the aristocratic families turned green as they stared at the 3 pools of blood. Yes, that's what we need. Even if we can only get half of it, it can still be considered as a rewarding journey. The green rainbow blood snake fiercely fell on the snowy ground with a bang sound. The ice fragments swirled in the air. The blood that had just landed on the ground also flew up. Suddenly, the shadows of people rushed towards the 3 pools of blood in the air. They were mixed with angry curses. "It's mine. Don't snatch it. Get lost. Why are you snatching it? Kill this bastard. I got a little. Ha ha ha." A king-level expert of the Ming clan had just gotten his hands on it when he was dismembered by the world-defying stage heavens. Everyone's eyes turned red in front of such a strong temptation. "You bunch of bastards!" Jun Shiju angrily shouted. "Kill them all." These people had come to snatch the blood of spirit beasts. The scene was chaotic, and the green rainbow blood snake had a chance to escape. It let out a strange cry, and its 3 heads attacked at the same time. It used its tail to block Duke Yu's heavy blow. Then, it jumped out like lightning. Duke Yu roared angrily and flew over. The green rainbow blood snake was fleeing in the direction of Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang. It seemed that this beast also knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The number of people in this direction was the smallest. Moreover, it didn't move. It had its back towards Jun Shiju and Duke Yu. It was rushing towards them with a reckless speed and posture. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang shouted loudly. 1 saber and 1 sword attacked at the same time. They met the attack head-on. The saber light was as vast as the heavenly river. The sword light was like a meteor in the sky. One was as sharp as a sword that could pierce the blue sky. The other was as vigorous and overbearing as if it could chop off the earth under its feet. The green rainbow blood snake exposed a startled look in its eyes. Fuck. So, this old man was hiding in the direction where the attack was the strongest. The green rainbow blood snake would have certainly said these words in grief if it could speak. Those people who were flying around to snatch things were far inferior to these 2 men. Fuck. The attacks of the saber and sword kings fiercely collided with the body of the green rainbow blood snake. A bang sound was heard. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang spat out blood and flew backwards. However, the irresistible speed of the green rainbow blood snake suddenly came to a halt. It stopped in midair. This little bit of time was enough to announce the death sentence of this green rainbow blood snake. Duke Yu let out a long and loud shout as he rushed over. His foot stretched out at lightning speed and stomped on the tail of the green rainbow blood snake. His saber light flashed at the same time, and a series of bang 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 sounds were heard. Duke Yu's saber was unceasingly chopping at the necks of the 3 heads of the green rainbow blood snake. That layer of scales was extremely hard. Duke Yu's saber couldn't cut it off. So, he simply continued to attack. The green rainbow blood snake screamed miserably. It struggled, and blood flew out little by little. Jun Shiju's shadow flew over. Her saber-like palm chopped at the body of the green rainbow blood snake. Then, she clenched her fist and fiercely pounded it. 3 bang-bang sounds were heard as the 3 heads of the green rainbow blood snake were smashed into the ground. She shouted loudly, "Little you! You idiot! You should have smashed its heads into the ground first. Why are you chopping its necks? Its neck is the hardest part of its body. There's almost no weapon in the world that can break its defense. You're simply wasting your strength." She punched the 3 heads of the green rainbow blood snake again as she spoke, and smashed them back into the ground. Duke Yu smiled in ridicule. "Motherfucker. I'm a dignified Duke Yu, but I've been called an idiot. And I don't dare to talk back. This is my aunt. I can't afford to offend her." Chu Yang was dumbstruck as he looked at this scene. His eyebrows were twitching. This woman is really violent. Then, Duke Yu and Jun Shiju started to hit the snake with bang 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 sounds. The 2 leaders of the dark bamboo hammered the green rainbow blood snake as if they were hammering a sack. They didn't know how many times they had hammered it. The green rainbow blood snake was still struggling and twisting in the beginning, but its head was once again smashed down like a thunderbolt as soon as it lifted up from the ground. This continued for 7 or 8 times, and the green rainbow blood snake gradually stopped moving. "It's almost done." Jun Shiju gasped for breath. Then, she straightened her body, and grabbed the tail of the green rainbow blood snake. She then dragged the snake out of the ground. Its entire body had turned soft and vomited. Its joints had been dislocated from the beating. In fact, it couldn't be more dead. Jun Shiju looked at the dead green rainbow blood snake with some suspicion. She then wrinkled her brows. How did it die so easily? Dukyu came over and stroked his chin. He was also puzzled after pondering for a long time. Something's wrong. How did it get killed so easily? Moreover, it had a weak appearance since the beginning of the fight. Chu Yang secretly smacked his lips as he walked over. Such a powerful spirit beast. But it had a weak appearance. Jun Shiju wrinkled her brows. She turned her palm, and a small and exquisite dagger appeared in her hand. It flashed with a cold light and slashed down with a schwa sound. The snake's skin was once extremely hard. Jun Shiju's complexion became even more unsightly. She cut open the bone with the dagger. Then, she dipped her finger into the blood and put it into her mouth. She vomited twice. Then, she suddenly became furious. Bastard! Who took away half of this snake's blood essence? Dukyu was startled. What? He also dipped his finger into the blood and tasted it. Then, a strange look appeared on his face. The blood essence has been taken away? Who has such great ability? They caught it alive and took its blood essence. Moreover, they didn't even leave a single scar on its body. It's still alive, and kicking after the blood essence has been taken away. This matter is extremely strange. Half of the blood essence of a lively spirit beast has been taken away. What kind of heaven-defying and earth-penetrating divine ability could accomplish this? Jun Shiju's face was already filled with murderous aura. Damn it! This overlord of the dark bamboo moved like lightning. She broke the 3 heads of the green rainbow blood snake with 3 pop sounds. Then, she took out 3 inner cores, 1 red, 1 white, and 1 green. She then kicked the corpse of the green rainbow blood snake and sent it flying. This kick was very fierce. It was sent flying for more than 1,000 feet. Then, it exploded in the air. Violent, valiant, powerful, overbearing, awesome. Chu Yang and the few brothers who had gathered around suddenly became silent out of fear. Even Dukyu was dumbstruck. His eyebrows were twitching crazily, and the muscles on his face were constantly twitching. He turned his head away with a look of lingering fear on his face after a long time. Fortunately, the wife I found is her younger sister, and not her. This is really scary. Oh God, you're a good person. These 3 inner cores are far from meeting my requirements. Jun Shiju sighed and said, the blood essence has been taken away. So, how can I? Suddenly, he turned around and shouted sternly, kill those bastards who only know how to take advantage of others and spoil the situation. Bastards! You dare to come and snatch the things that I, Jun Shiju, want? You've got dog guts. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. She angrily said, kill them all. Kill them all. You want the blood of spirit beasts? I'll let you drink your own blood. A person who could catch a spirit beast with his bare hands and extract its blood essence without injuring it in the slightest was definitely a legendary existence. Jun Shiju knew that she couldn't afford to provoke such a person. She had nowhere to vent her anger. So, she decided to vent it on these people. The subordinates of the dark bamboo rushed forward with a murderous look on their faces. A group of king-level experts wailed like ghosts and fled in all directions. Dukyu angrily shouted, especially these people of the Ming clan. Kill them all. They were the first ones to attack. Do you think I didn't see it? The people of the Ming clan were suddenly in a tragic situation. They were so scared that they almost lost control of their bowels. They felt wronged, grieved, and indignant. So many people attacked together. Why did you only see us? I'm going to drink. Today's guests have arrived. I can't catch up with them. So, I'm going to drown my sorrows in alcohol. Chapter 5:16. The others relaxed as soon as they heard this. They knew that Dukyu wanted to mess with the Ming clan. So, they ran away without looking back. Only the people of the Ming clan were surrounded. These 8 people were dumbfounded. God knows how our Ming clan offended Dukyu. Fuck, we are done for. Not only did we fail to achieve our objective, but we will also lose our lives here. However, they didn't know that they had such bad luck because they hadn't offended Dukyu. Instead, they had offended King of Hell Chu. The crisis of the Ming clan had arisen from Ming Luo's desire to lay his hands on Mo Qingwu. They would have rushed home and crippled Ming Luo's evil technique if they knew about this. But they had no chance. Master Yu. You can't do this. The leader of the Ming clan's elders shouted in a sobbing tone. When did our Ming clan offend a friend of the Dark Bamboo? We have always been. His voice hadn't faded when Duke Yu's face turned as cold as frost. He waved his hand. Kill them. Roar. Hundreds of Dark Bamboo experts roared and pounced forward. Suddenly, screams were heard. Let's stake it all. That Ming clan's elder roared in despair. He knew that he had no more luck. However, his words didn't get any response. We are facing hundreds of experts of the Dark Bamboo. Moreover, there are hundreds of king-level experts among them. Stake it all? Stake it all with what? Jun Shiju tilted her head slightly. She smiled and said, Little Yu, you seem to hate the Ming clan to the core? Duke Yu faintly smiled. I don't care. Everyone in the world is like a dog or a pig in my eyes. However, the King of Hell wants them dead. Jun Shiju said, Oh, since the King of Hell wants them dead then, we can't let them live. Duke Yu smiled. Chu Yang came over with Gu Duxing and the others at this moment. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang had been severely shaken a moment ago, but they had already returned to normal. We need to discuss this matter at length. Duke Yu tightly knitted his brows and said, Chu Yang, I need your help. What help? Chu Yang asked. I believe that you've seen that our purpose is the blood essence of spirit beasts. This is very useful to me in bamboo. Duke Yu muttered to himself for a while. Then, he said, but something unexpected has happened in the current situation. The blood essence of the spirit beast was taken away by someone. We definitely can't defeat this person. Duke Yu heaved a sigh of relief as a gloomy and sullen look flashed across his eyes. If his cultivation hadn't been crippled once, he would have been on par with the person who extracted the blood of a spirit beast. But now, he was far inferior. How could he not be sullen? I can tell you this. Duke Yu weighed his words and said, I am the world-defying stage. I need a complete inner core of a spirit beast to heal my injuries. I had forcefully increased my strength since I was injured the last time. So, I ended up with a chronic illness. My strength drops to emperor level for a period of time every year. But my strength recovers after this period of time. In this situation, we need the inner core of a spirit beast to make up for it. Bamboo needs the blood essence of spirit beasts to increase its cultivation and break through its current bottleneck. Duke Yu said in a heavy voice, Therefore, our dark bamboo has come to the northern wilderness in such a big way. With our strength, we wouldn't have been able to escape as long as a spirit beast appeared. But there's obviously a change now. Someone is extracting the blood essence of a spirit beast. We can't use the blood essence that he has extracted. For example, this green rainbow blood snake. Chu Yang nodded. He finally understood the reason. So, that's how it is. So, we need you and your brothers to help us. Jun Shiju said, King of Hell Chu, I will divide the manpower into 8 teams in a moment. And each team will need to be led by someone. But no one can pose a threat to a spirit beast apart from me and Little Yu if you want to do so. But you guys can. Jun Shiju looked at Chu Yang and the others with a somewhat envious look in her eyes. That's because all of you have divine weapons in your hands. You want each of us to lead a team, right? Chu Yang said straightforwardly, that's not a problem. Chu Yang had seen that Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were already 5th grade king level experts when they had made their moves a moment ago. It was enough to see that the elixirs and Duke Yu's guidance had produced good results in the past few days. Chu Yang would have separated from his brothers even if Jun Shiju hadn't asked him to do so. He would have let them go out to gain experience on their own. They would have had to touch their own understanding of the great path between life and death. Good. I will give each of you a sensing purple crystal. You can inject your spiritual power into the sensing purple crystal as long as you find something. We will receive it immediately. Jun Shiju said. In addition, I will place the lotus core of the mysterious ice jade lotus in the ice field of the northern wilderness to lure the wind fox here. We will surround it from all directions as long as the wind fox appears. We can't let it escape in any case. She sighed deeply and said, the wind fox is the fastest spirit beast among all the spirit beasts. It's also the most difficult to catch one. But we have no choice but to target it now. This person who has come to extract the blood essence of a spirit beast is truly hateful. Chu Yang understood in his heart. The wind fox is the fastest. So, Jun Shiju obviously isn't sure about this. But it's possible to preserve the blood essence because of its fast speed. Good. Chu Yang agreed. Gu Duxing and the others were eager to give it a try. Moreover, you must pay attention to one thing. If you come across a person with a big sarcoma on his face, he's short and fat. Don't get involved with him. Avoid him if you can't. But don't provoke him if you can't avoid him. Jun Shiju hesitated for a moment. Then, she finally said, he's a member of the Shao clan of the upper three heavens. Don't get into a conflict with him. Shao clan of the upper three heavens. Chu Yang silently muttered. Moreover, spirit beasts have never appeared in the upper three heavens. But so many of them have appeared this time. They must be from ancient times. Moreover, some mysterious experts will also appear. You must be careful. Jun Shiju exhorted again. I'll remember, Chu Yang solemnly replied. Good. Let's start the operation immediately. We'll be in danger of being preemptively attacked if we're late. Jun Shiju made a prompt decision. She immediately issued a series of orders. She spoke in a clear and organized manner. She separated the troops in an instant and said, Please. Then, she led her team and left like the wind. Dukyu laughed out loud. Then, he floated in the air and said with a smile, King of Hell Chu, this is the first time we've cooperated. His voice hadn't faded when he disappeared in the boundless snow. Gu Duxing cupped his fists in greeting. Take care of yourself, big brother. Chu Yang hastily shouted. You guys, wait a moment. What's the matter? Dong Wushang stopped his footsteps. Let me take a look at your sabers and swords. Have they been damaged in the recent battles? Chu Yang asked in a soft voice. There's certainly some damage, but it's not serious. Gu Duxing smiled. He took out the black dragon sword and handed it over. Luoku Di and GMO also handed over their swords. Dong Wushang held his saber and stood on one side. Chu Yang used his hand to check them one by one. He said after a long time, There's no problem. I'm relieved. Haha, you guys go. Don't delay the important matters. The four of them each led a team and set off. Everyone was full of doubts. What's the matter with Big Brother? Does he want to pass our sabers and swords just to take a look? Just to touch them? The four of them felt that their weapons seemed to be a little different after Chu Yang touched them. But they couldn't tell what exactly was different. Everyone muttered in their hearts, Seems like it's just my imagination. As they thought about it, they disappeared without a trace. Chu Yang watched them leave, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Just now, he had already used the Calamity Sword to transform these few sabers and swords. The touch of the sun and moon ointment and the injection of the true essence of the weapons had already made these few sabers and swords extraordinary. Instead, they had become divine weapons that could produce spirituality. This benefit could only be truly shown when Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others used it to a certain extent. Moreover, the sabers and swords drank more and more blood. Let's go too. Chu Yang held a Mo Qing Wu's small hand and nodded to the 40 people following him. He said, Follow me. Then, he chose a direction and sped away. Among the 40 people, there were 20 king-level experts, and the rest were all low-grade revered martial artists. They obviously didn't trust the young man assigned by the monarch, but they still resolutely carried out his order and sped away. The wind and snow were everywhere, and it was a vast expanse. When the old man who chased after them reached this place, there was already no one left. Only corpses were left on the ground. He sniffed and suddenly said angrily, Who is this? He actually used a deceptive tactic. There were more than 10 waves of people, and they all went in different directions. Isn't this torturing these old bones of mine? With a whoosh, he suddenly flew a little higher and chased forward in the sky like dancing on the clouds. He muttered, "I don't believe that I can't find you," however. He was endlessly blaming himself in his heart. Look at you. You should have just rushed down and done with it. Now, you actually have to look for a needle in a haystack. Why did you stare blankly for a while? You're really looking for trouble. If the other old man saw you, it would be over. Not long after Chu Yang ran, he felt that the sensing purple crystal in his hand was a little hot. He took it out and looked at it. There seemed to be a faint white line on it, pointing to the west. Chu Yang immediately changed his direction and followed the direction the purple crystal was pointing to. He suddenly became a little curious about this sensing purple crystal. This thing is really a good thing. With this thing, I really don't have to be afraid of losing contact with my brothers. In case any of them is in danger, I can rescue them in time. Chapter 5:17. Chu Yang hadn't had time to open his mouth when a king-level expert stepped forward and shouted, "I belong to the dark bamboo. I'll borrow your path for 3 days. What kind of friend is feng shui?" His voice sounded like a bronze bell and shattered the snowflakes in the sky. A white shadow flashed in front of them. He said in a gentle and refined manner, "I'm Ao Clan Xie Yun. I've come here to hunt spirit beasts. Since the dark bamboo is borrowing your path, brothers, make way." The flat snow-covered ground in front of them turned over as soon as the order was given. More than a dozen people stood up and retreated to both sides. "So, it's Ao Clan Xie Yun," that king-level expert said in a deep voice. "Thank you." Chu Yang cupped his hands towards Ao Xie Yun and took the lead to rush out. He disappeared in the wind and snow in front of them in the blink of an eye. "Isn't that King of Helchu? Why is he here?" Ao Xie Yun muttered to himself as he saw more than 40 people rolling away. His heart was full of doubts. Then, he waved his hand. "Continue to hide. Act according to the plan as soon as someone chases a spirit beast." Everyone complied. The snow-covered ground moved up and down. Then, everyone went back to hide. It was obvious that Ao Xie Yun didn't have any assurance that he could track a spirit beast. But he had chosen the most stupid method: wait for an opportunity. This method was very stupid, but it was very effective in this world. A spirit beast wouldn't pass through here unless it didn't pass through here. But they would be able to attack it head-on as long as it passed through here. Even if they weren't lucky enough to obtain the blood essence of the spirit beast, they would still be able to leave a good impression on the person who was chasing the spirit beast. After all, they would be able to obtain a little bit of blood as long as that person obtained the whole body of the spirit beast. A white shadow was coming from the far west. It seemed as if it was carrying a hurricane with it. Its entire body was moving forward. It seemed as if it had taken the form of a solid eye of the hurricane. Moreover, the speed of this white shadow was twice as fast as the wind it was carrying. Sometimes it would be in the east, and sometimes in the west. It would occasionally flee in the sky and dazzle people's eyes. Most of the time, by the time you saw the white shadow, it would have already fled far away. This kind of speed was truly shocking. However, this white shadow was clearly panicking. In fact, it seemed as if it was running in a panic. As they ran, they would occasionally squeak in fear. Behind them, a nimble figure was chasing after them in the air. His movement technique was elegant, and he did not seem to be fast or slow. However, every time this figure flashed, he had already crossed a distance of several hundred feet. He reached out to grab the little white figure. The white shadow ran away in panic, and the human shadow also disappeared immediately. "Little darling, don't go. I only want half of your blood essence. I will definitely not harm your life. Be good, don't run." But how could that white shadow not run? He was almost out of breath. Helplessly, the white shadow turned around and dived into the snow, disappearing without a trace. The shadow in the sky let out a cold snort and suddenly stretched out a hand, grabbing at the void. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and 100 feet of the ground was grabbed by his hand. It was as if the entire ground had been lifted up. A huge black hole was revealed. The white shadow flashed and escaped from the big hole in a panic. Then, it flashed and turned into a stream of light, running far away. Little darling, don't run. Could it be that you still don't understand that you won't be able to escape from my hands? The figure shook his head and smiled faintly with a somewhat helpless expression. His body flashed across the sky, and he chased after her. At this moment, there was a loud roar in the direction where the white shadow was running away. A red shadow soared into the sky as if it was going to burn the sky. The white shadow was overjoyed and ran towards that direction. If it could speak, it would be crying tears of joy. My dear mother, there is finally a scapegoat. The shadow behind him was startled and said, Why is the fire lion here? I have no choice but to kill it with a spoon. He sped up and chased after the white shadow. Not long after, there was another earth-shaking roar. It came from another direction. This is really strange. How many spirit beasts are there in the world-defying stage? How come there are 3 of them here? Even the single horn dragon has appeared. The shadow muttered a few words, but this is also good. It saves me a long journey. He chased for dozens of miles and suddenly realized, I was wondering why it was so strange. It turns out that someone put a mysterious ice jade lotus in the heart of the wasteland. Thinking of this, he no longer held back his strength. He let out a long roar and increased his speed. This is terrible. That bastard has also rushed here. The old man who was chasing after Mo Qingwu from behind changed his expression and rushed forward even more exasperatedly. It was not easy for me to find one. Don't let him snatch it away. Then, he slapped himself 3 or 4 times in the face without delay. Who asked you to be so muddle-headed at such a crucial time? Look, this is a little strange. He flew over with a whoosh. In another direction far away, a short and fat guy with a big sarcoma on his forehead sniffed in surprise. He raised his head and listened. Then, he pointed and said, Over there. Let's go. The 3 of them immediately changed their direction and ran away. In the extreme north, a man in white shook his head helplessly and muttered, These guys are really too free to come to the upper 3 heavens to hunt spirit beasts. Aren't there plenty of them in the upper 3 heavens? Could it be that they have other motives? No, I have to go and take a look. Just as he was about to move, he cursed and muttered, I don't know why those 2 old guys came down this time. I'm not their match. Is it the past? Or the past? Or the past? Motherfucker, let's go then. His thin body suddenly straightened up and spun in the air like a top. With a whoosh, he disappeared without a trace. In the middle of a wasteland, Duke Yu's green robe was already fluttering in the wind. He was fighting with a spirit beast whose entire body was like a raging fire. This time, Duke Yu did not show any mercy at all. Every move he made used all his strength. That raging fire spirit beast was smashed until it howled in pain. Duke Yu's complexion was getting redder and redder. His moves were getting heavier and heavier, and his agility was getting faster and faster. 2 shadows, one green and one red, had already rolled into a ball. They were fighting against each other and had violently shaken the surrounding snow. A long shadow was flying over from afar. It was a strange creature with a strange horn on its head. It didn't seem to care about the battlefield where Duke Yu was fighting. It shook its head and wagged its tail and pounced towards the central position. There was a dreamlike lotus in full bloom there. Mysterious ice jade lotus. Lotus heart. Evil creature. Jun Shiju's silhouette left thousands of afterimages in the air. She frantically rushed over and snatched the mysterious ice jade lotus from under the teeth of this single-horned dragon. She turned her hand and put it in her bosom. The good thing that was in her hands had flown away out of thin air? How could this single-horned dragon endure this? It suddenly became furious. It opened its big mouth and roared angrily. Its 4 stump-like legs trampled on the ice field and made it shake and sway. Jun Shiju's elegant eyebrows wrinkled. She had not expected such a situation to occur. She had only wanted to attract one of these beasts. She had wanted to join forces with Duke Yu and quickly capture it. However, 2 beasts had come at once. She saw that this single-horned dragon wasn't leaving. It was shaking its head and wagging its tail and was roaring. It was asking for the mysterious ice jade lotus as if it was a creditor. Jun Shizhu felt both angry and amused at the same time. This single horn dragon is willing to give up its life for the mysterious ice jade lotus. The single horn dragon flew into a rage when it saw that its demands were fruitless. It soared up and rolled up its body in the air. Then, it suddenly stretched out, and a round body that was more than 100 feet long suddenly rushed down. It had taken the initiative to launch an attack. This evil creature doesn't know life from death. Jun Shizhu became angry. She brandished her palms in the air and ferociously attacked it. She didn't retreat even a step. That's because Duke Yu would be behind her if she were to retreat. The single-horned dragon let out a muffled roar and flipped over in the air with its 4 claws facing the sky. Jun Shizhu roared loudly, and the accumulated snow in the surroundings was shaken up. She quickly retreated and cut into Duke Yu's battle circle like lightning. She didn't care that her palms were bleeding. She shook her hands and crazily threw hundreds of palms towards the fire lion's head. Duke Yu's attack also arrived at the same time. Both of them clearly felt that there were powerful auras approaching them from all 4 directions at a rapid speed. This matter couldn't be delayed. This thing wouldn't be theirs if they delayed even a moment. Therefore, both of them were going all out at this moment. It could be said that this fire lion was extremely unlucky. It had been lured here by the elixir and had come to throw away its life. Its skin, which it had always been proud of, had been cracked open. It had been beaten from top to bottom and had been turned into a pool of mud. Spirit beasts were indeed powerful, but how could they withstand the siege of 2 saint-level experts? It didn't even have time to scream. The raging flames were still spurting out from its body, but it had already lost its life. It was buried deep in the ground. Jun Shizhu took out a big purple crystal jade bottle. Then, she drew a line with her hand and extracted the blood essence from the broken spine of the fire lion. Her face exposed a happy expression. It hasn't been extracted. It's completely intact. She finished extracting the blood essence and took out the inner core of the fire lion. Then, she saw that Duke Yu and the single-horned dragon were already in a tumultuous fight. The single-horned dragon let out a strange cry when it saw that she had raised her head to look at it. It endured Duke Yu's attack and rolled backwards. Then, it turned around and fled in a panic. It couldn't deal with one of them. So, how could it deal with 2 of them? These 2 human beings were too frightening for this dragon. It hadn't thought about the consequences when the elixir had been snatched away, but it had fainted now. Spirit beasts certainly had their dignity. So, it was obviously very shameful to flee. But it was better than that stupid lion being skinned alive, right? However, it didn't even notice that it had deviated from the direction it had come from. It wasn't heading towards the direction it had come from. Instead, it was heading towards the east. A small white shadow was crazily fleeing from the east and was accompanied by a whistling tornado. Today, the 2nd watch, the 3rd watch, I'm working hard, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 5:18. With a whooshing sound, this small white shadow had already skimmed under the single-horned dragon's body. With the help of the single-horned dragon's huge body, it was about to run away. Suddenly, a strong aura similar to the aura of the person who had been chasing it appeared in front of it. And in the other 2 directions, there were also strong auras approaching at the same time. Was this an inescapable trap? This small white shadow suddenly panicked. Even with the strength of a spirit beast, its claws were actually numb at this moment. Its eyes rolled a few times, and suddenly felt a very familiar aura from another direction. Without hesitation, it rushed towards that direction. That direction, Chu Yang was rushing over with Emo Qingwu. From afar, he heard the sound of heaven and earth shattering. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he still sped up. Suddenly, a white shadow that was hard to see with the naked eye came over. Before Chu Yang could react, the white shadow had already disappeared. Then, a powerful tornado swept over. The wind blew so hard that they couldn't even open their eyes. Their legs felt weak, and it seemed as if they were about to be swept up into the sky. Chu Yang shouted and held Mo Qingwu tightly in his arms. Like 1,000 pounds falling, he fixed them on the ice field. With a whoosh, the tornado blew past and formed a tornado behind the two of them. It went far away in a straight line. What's going on? Chu Yang opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of snow that was poured into his mouth by the tornado. He shook his head and shook off the snow and ice on his head. Mo Qingwu obviously didn't know either. She shook her head blankly. The two of them didn't notice that in the pocket of Mo Qingwu's extremely fat raccoon fur coat, a small snow-white head cautiously poked out. Its eyes rolled around, and a snow-white tail came out from behind its head, standing upright and swaying. Then, with a whoosh sound, its small head shrank back into Mo Qingwu's pocket. Only a section of its tail was left outside like a flagpole. Then, a small and delicate white claw stretched out and quietly pulled the tail inside. Regarding this, Mo Qingwu and Chu Yang were actually completely unaware. Mo Qingwu's raccoon fur blanket was specially prepared by Chu Yang. It wrapped Mo Qingwu's petite body inside, and then made a big bag for snacks. The two of them had never dreamed that such a small place would become the hiding place of a formidable spirit beast. In the pocket, the small head moved slightly and changed into a more comfortable position. It lay down and covered its body with its tail. This way, it was the same color as the raccoon fur coat. As long as this tail was not removed, no one would think that there was a spirit beast hidden underneath. The little thing breathed a sigh of relief and looked around with its rolling eyes. There was actually something very, very sweet right next to it. She tried to open the candy and put it into her mouth. Wow, it was too delicious. It was too delicious. Could this be heaven? The pure aura on Mo Qingwu's body made it feel very comfortable. So, it couldn't help but close its eyes in satisfaction. Something was not right. How could this little girl gather spiritual energy on her body? And it was the purest kind? Waha, it was really too comfortable. This little spirit beast had recognized this place in such a short time and wasn't willing to leave. It looked at the bag full of colorful candies. Humph, there would be so many good things to eat if I went back. Not to mention that this little girl could gather spiritual energy. Wouldn't I have a tail if I could stay by her side and practice? Moreover, no one would be able to recognize my true value if I had a human as a cover. This was a good thing that could kill 80 birds with one stone. But how could I stay by her side for a long time? The little thing's eyes were rolling around anxiously. This matter was somewhat difficult to handle. A thunderous sound came from midair. Everyone looked up and was immediately dumbfounded, especially Jun Shizhu and Dukyu. They were even more dumbfounded. They saw that the single-horned dragon, which was still alive and powerful a moment ago, was now drooping down softly and issuing a mournful cry from its mouth. Its tail was easily tied up by a white-robed man's hand. This white-robed man was standing high in the air. However, it seemed as if he was standing on the summit of a group of mountains. The ground under his feet was very solid. He gently shook his hand, and that formidable spirit beast, the single-horned dragon, was swung back and forth like a horsewhip. It seemed as if he was playing down the matter in an indifferent manner. The single-horned dragon issued a mournful whining sound. The white-robed man scolded it with a smile. Isn't it just a little bit of your blood essence? Look at how useless you are. The single-horned dragon whined twice and whined twice. Then, it listlessly hung its head down. It had accepted its fate. Jun Shiju's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. This man is so powerful. Is he a supreme-level expert? The white-robed man seemed to have finished dealing with it. He casually tossed the single-horned dragon, and it immediately soared into the sky. This toss had covered a distance of several thousand feet. I'll spare your life, the white-robed man indifferently said. Then, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and shouted, I'll speak. Spare its life. Could it be that you want to die, you bastard? His voice wasn't loud. In fact, the people present on the scene didn't feel anything. However, it flew towards the west like a cannonball. The short and stout man who was chasing after the single-horned dragon suddenly screamed. His body fell down from midair, and rolled on the ground again and again. It turned out that the white-robed man's words had turned into an extremely powerful spirit energy attack. It had flown for dozens of miles and had suddenly exploded in the ears of this short and stout man. He had understood it and had received an unprecedented shock. This kind of controlling ability was simply unimaginable. This short and stout man had been bleeding from his 7 orifices by the time he stood up. He looked very ferocious. Moreover, he looked even more ferocious with the big sarcoma on his head. The 2 people beside him were shocked. They hastily stepped forward. "Master, what's wrong with you, Master?" The short and stout man exposed an extremely frightened look in his eyes. His eyes flickered as he looked in the direction where the sound had come from. However, he didn't have the slightest desire to get his hands on the single-horned dragon anymore. "Come here," the white-robed man coldly said. This voice had also passed through dozens of miles of space and had arrived in front of the short and stout man. Then, the air in front of the short and stout man vibrated, and 2 words suddenly appeared out of thin air. "Come here." At this time, the voice transmitted from the empty space. It was the same 2 words, "Come here." It was full of authority that couldn't be refused. This was a kind of power that could dominate the world. The short and stout man's legs went soft, and he almost knelt down. He forcibly restrained himself and said, "Come with me. Be careful. Don't speak carelessly." He muttered in his heart, "Motherfucker. It seems that I'm always encountering ghosts this time. Fuck. I haven't even met one in the upper 3 heavens. But I'm encountering one in the upper 3 heavens. What the fuck is this? Do I have any other choice than to admit my bad luck when encountering such a master?" He hung his head dejectedly and led his 2 subordinates in the direction of the voice. The white-robed man who was rushing over from the north smiled bitterly. "I've really met a ghost. What should I do?" He was thinking when he heard a voice. "Why are you still standing there in a daze? You come here as well." The white-robed man smiled bitterly. He had no choice but to hurry over. A burst of wind and clouds surged in the south. A violent silhouette suddenly arrived from the horizon. It seemed as if the entire sky had collapsed along with his arrival. Jun Shizhu and Duke Yu looked at each other. They felt shocked in their hearts. These 2 people were already at the top of the pyramid in the upper 3 heavens. It could be said that there was no third person in the upper 3 heavens whose cultivation was higher than that of Duke Yu and Jun Shizhu. However, the white-robed man who had appeared first was far superior to the 2 of them. The cultivation of the violent silhouette that was about to arrive was perhaps on par with that of this white-robed man. The 2 of them looked at each other again and saw that their eyes had calmed down instead. The matter had already reached this point. It wasn't a disaster if it was a blessing, but it couldn't be avoided if it was a disaster. "Do whatever you want." The man who had been chasing Mo Qingwu from the south arrived here. He saw the white-robed man at first glance. One of them was standing high in the sky, and the other was standing a little lower. Their 4 eyes met. All the spirit energies in the air suddenly issued a dense collision sound from the sky the moment their 4 eyes met. Then, a black hole-like crack in the air spread down from the sky and reached the ground between the 2 people. It divided the world into 2 parts. A crack of unknown depth suddenly appeared on the ground with a bang. It was 3 feet wide and couldn't be sideways. A burst of cold wind blew out from this crack. It seemed as if it was leading straight to the netherworld. The 2 of them had only stared at each other, but it had produced such a powerful force. Chu Yang's heart jumped as he saw this. Monster. Truly a monster. Chu Yang looked at the expressions on the faces of Jun Shizhu and Duke Yu, and he was even more certain that these 2 people were supreme-level experts. These were the people who had stood at the peak of the Double Heavens continent since ancient times. Apart from the supreme-level experts, there wasn't any other level that could be so powerful. "What are you doing here?" the white-robed man faintly asked with a warm smile on his face. He still had his head lowered and was looking at the people on the ground. It seemed as if a supreme king was overlooking all living beings. He seemed to be talking to the people on the ground, but he was actually asking that person high in the sky. The crack in the air had already disappeared. Following this sentence, a faint airflow slowly rose into the air. At the same time, a dense voice said, "What are you doing here?" Then, the voices suddenly staggered. It seemed as if countless people were speaking in an intricate and disorderly manner. "What are you doing here? What are you doing here? What are you doing here? What are you doing here?" Chapter 519. The man in white spoke alone, but it was as if the whole world was repeating his words. Everything was going along with him. Even the mountains were responding and echoing. His voice rumbled and rushed to the sky. The snowflakes in the sky stopped falling after he spoke. They just floated in the sky above. The strange old man laughed strangely and said, "Then why are you here?" His voice was normal, but it was condescending. One spoke first, and the other spoke later. But the two voices collided in the sky. With a dull thud, the snowflakes in the sky suddenly fell down with a swoosh. With a thud, a wall of snow fell on the ground. In this short period of time, a layer of snow had formed in the sky because of the heavy snowfall. Its weight also increased a lot. After the wall of snow fell, the snowflakes in the sky began to fall at a normal speed. The two people's bodies didn't shake at all. They were calm and relaxed. Apparently, they were evenly matched. One was higher than the other, and they were facing each other from a distance. "I'm here to collect some essence blood of spirit beasts to make medicine." The man in white laughed softly and said, "It seems that after so many years, your cultivation didn't fall behind at all. It seems that we still have to fight for who is the best in the world for a few years." "Best in the world?" The old man in gray laughed and said, "If my meridians weren't damaged by that bastard tribulation sword master, I would have killed you with my palm. How would you have the chance to fight for the best in the world with me? What you're saying is simply bullshit." The man in white was not angry. With a humble and reasonable attitude, he scolded gently, "Back then, your meridians were damaged by him. Didn't I have my legs broken by him too? My meridians were cut off. There's only a difference of 1 year. Why do you have to bring out such old vinegar to talk about?" The two people didn't care about other people's feelings at all. They just chatted casually. Below, Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes wide. He only felt that his ears were rumbling with thunder. The previous tribulation sword master. These two people were actually people who had fought with the previous master of Calamity Sword. Doesn't that mean these two old guys have lived for more than 10,000 years? What the fuck? What kind of old monster was this? Chu Yang immediately became vigilant. No wonder the sword spirit warned me. It seems that if I reveal the Calamity Sword, these two people might be able to tell that I'm the Calamity Sword master. Thinking of this, Chu Yang strictly ordered the sword spirit not to move and not to contact him. He also warned the Calamity Sword not to move and fall into a deep sleep. It was better to be safe than sorry. And these two were actually fighting for the title of World's #1. Didn't that mean, in the current heavenly layer, the cultivation of these two people was the most powerful? No one else could surpass these two people? How valiant! However, he hadn't expected that he would encounter such a person in the northern wasteland today. It was an extremely unexpected surprise. It wasn't just Chu Yang. Imo Qingwu didn't know what Tribulation Swordmaster was. Jun Shizhu, Dukyu, Gu Duxing, and the other king-level experts were so startled that they opened their mouths wide. A few of them groaned in pain. He was someone who had fought with the master of Calamity Sword 10,000 years ago. "Oh my God!" The gray-robed old man snorted and said, "It's all because that bastard suddenly disappeared. Otherwise, this old man would have looked for him to settle this account." The white-robed man chuckled. He shook his head and laughed in a low voice. "Ning Tianya, you're still boasting shamelessly. You're making this old man despise you." The gray-robed man angrily said, "Bu Lu Qing, don't you want to take revenge for that sword attack? Why are you pretending to be magnanimous? Do you think that I don't know your sinister, despicable, shameless, lowly, and filthy true face?" The white-robed man Bu Lu Qing elegantly shook his head. "Of course, I want to. But he's gone missing. Or, I should say that he's dead." Why do you keep talking about him every day since you can't find him? You're just making yourself angry. You can't do anything except make yourself angry. Ning Tianya, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you should learn from me. Your chest is too small. After saying that, he actually let out a sincere sigh. It seemed as if he felt pity for his old rival who had been entangled with him for more than 10,000 years. Bulu Qing had been entangled with him for more than 10,000 years. So, how could he not understand his old rival's temperament? He knew that his old rival would get angry if he said these words. So, he had to be prepared to find a place to fight with this old man. However, he hadn't expected that Ning Tianya would laugh mischievously and say, "Who cares if my chest is small or not? I'm not learning from you." Then, he sat down in the air. He raised his head and looked at the snowflakes in the sky. He said, "You should hurry up and finish your work. Then, you should leave quickly. This old man wants to bask in the sun here." Bulu Qing was startled. How did this old bastard suddenly change his temperament? This isn't like him. Bulu Qing was confused in an instant. Bask in the sun. You've come to the northern wasteland for 3 days to bask in the sun. Only an old bastard like you can do this. This place is covered with dark clouds and heavy snow all year round. Where does the sun come from? This old bastard doesn't lie seriously. Bulu Qing was lost in his thoughts when he heard a snoring sound from afar. A big meatball was running over, panting for breath. He walked closer to take a look. Then, he realized that it was a short and fat man. His flat head was pressed against his neck. His big belly was trembling up and down. His 2 small and short legs were running in a crisscross pattern. He looked like a big watermelon with 2 chopsticks stuck under it, and a small melon was placed on top of it. As he walked closer, he could see that this person had a round face, a round nose, round eyes, and round mouth. The most bizarre thing was that there was actually a round lump on his round forehead. Senior. The short and fat man was running all the way. He didn't dare to use his spirit power as he approached. He was sweating profusely as he ran towards the white-robed man. He then said while panting, "I'm Xiao Changfeng of the Xiao clan. This short and fat man has such an artistic and unrestrained name." Everyone almost spat out their rice when they heard this. However, they didn't dare to. Xiao Changfeng of the Xiao clan. He is a member of the Xiao clan, one of the ruling clans of the upper 3 heavens. The people of the big clans of the upper 3 heavens came to the upper 3 heavens like imperial envoys. Who would dare to offend them? The white-robed man looked at this short and fat man in astonishment. He shook his head for a long time. Then, he gently scolded, "Motherfucker. You've wasted such a beautiful name." Yes. Xiao Changfeng's short and fat body bowed. He wiped the sweat on his face and said, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have wasted such a beautiful name. I'll report to the clan lord when I return to the clan. I'll change my name." "Change it to Fat Pig Xiao," Bulu Qing insipidly said. "Thank you for giving me this name, Senior. I'll be called Fat Pig Xiao from today onwards." Xiao Changfeng excitedly turned his head and shouted, "Did you hear that? Senior has changed my name. Call me Fat Pig Xiao from now on. Do you understand?" This short and fat man had obviously heard the words of the white-robed man. He knew that this white-robed man was a supreme figure in the upper 3 heavens. How could he dare to be disrespectful? Let's not talk about being ridiculed by the opposite party. Even if the opposite party forced him to eat shit, he would still happily eat it. He wouldn't dare to have the slightest hesitation. Everyone was dumbstruck. Is this a member of the ruling clan of the upper 3 heavens? How can he be so spineless? Only Dooku stared at this Fat Pig Xiao with a complicated look in his eyes. This Fat Pig Xiao can be big or small. He's sinister and vicious. He immediately changed his attitude once he discovered that there's a super expert here. He didn't hesitate to lower his voice in order to save his life. However, one thing was certain. Everyone here would suffer under Fat Pig Xiao's evil hands if Bulu Qing were to leave this place now. They would be silenced by him. He would never allow these people to live and spread the word of his shameless groveling at this moment. Bulu Qing looked at him with disgust and said, "You wait on one side." Then, Bulu Qing turned his head, looked at Jun Shizhu, and said with a good-natured smile, "Little girl, I know that you've just obtained a portion of Spirit Beast's blood essence. And this old man needs a large amount of Spirit Beast's blood essence to refine medicine. I wonder if you can part with it? Rest assured, this old man won't treat you unfairly. Jun Shiju hesitated for a while. She felt conflicted in her heart. She tossed and turned for a long time. Then, she finally made up her mind. She raised her head and said, Senior is very resourceful. So, you must have seen that this junior has reached a bottleneck. And I need the Spirit Beast's blood essence to break through. I'm drooling over the conditions that Senior has promised me, but it's somewhat difficult for me to accept. Chu Yang couldn't help but smack his lips. This woman is very strong. Even a supreme-level expert wants something from her. But she refuses without any hesitation. Bu Luqing hadn't expected that Jun Shiju would refuse. He had thought that he would receive the Spirit Beast's blood essence the moment he had spoken those words. So, he had been waiting and considering what to give to the other party as compensation. However, he hadn't expected that the other party would throw such a stiff sentence at him. Do you mean to refuse me? Bu Luqing wrinkled his brows. His complexion slightly changed. He couldn't believe that he had asked this question. Jun Shiju nodded and said, Yes, this junior refuses. She smiled and said, This junior doesn't know why so many spirit beasts have suddenly appeared in the northern wilderness. But I presume that it must be related to you, Senior. Senior needs the blood essence of spirit beasts. And these spirit beasts have appeared. Bu Luqing nodded slightly. His eyes were half closed as he said, Yes. This junior also doesn't know what the consequences will be if I refuse Senior. Jun Shiju raised her head and resolutely said, I also know that these spirit beasts have been lured out by Senior. But I'm afraid that I won't be able to advance for the rest of my life if I miss this opportunity. She insipidly said, Please understand, Senior. Dukyu faintly smiled. He took a step forward and stood side by side with her. His sharp eyes looked at Bu Luqing in the sky. However, there wasn't even the slightest trace of fear on his face. There was a huge difference between their strengths. But the imposing aura that Dukyu was displaying at this moment could faintly rival Bu Luqing's. I'm inferior to you. You're a supreme-level expert. But I won't hesitate to fight you if you want to fight. Chapter 520. Jun Shiju was startled. She shouted, Little you, go back. Dukyu faintly smiled, but didn't speak anything. His blue robe fluttered as he stood in front of her. Fat pig Xiao no. Xiao Changfeng angrily said, Bullshit. Senior wants your spirit beast's blood because he thinks highly of you. He's giving you face. Stinky woman, you don't know how to appreciate favors. He took a step forward and was about to attack. Dukyu sneered. He took a step forward and insipidly said, You fat pig. I can guarantee that you'll die in front of us if you dare to take one more step forward. Xiao Changfeng was startled. He looked at Dukyu with a gloomy and cold gaze. He was just about to scold Dukyu when a strong energy suddenly descended from the sky. It grabbed Xiao Changfeng's neck and threw him out. Along the way, Xiao Changfeng continuously received hundreds of slaps. At that time, Xiao Changfeng's originally pig-like head became even more similar to a pig's head. He only heard Bu Luqing angrily say, How can this old man's business be managed by a shameless, despicable and shameless dwarf like you? I'll pull out your tongue if you dare to say one more word. Xiao Changfeng immediately kept quiet out of fear. He stood there and lowered his head. His eyes flashed with a vicious light, but he didn't dare to let anyone see it. A wild laughter came from the sky. Bu Luqing, you've grown up. There are so many spirit beasts here. You could have just grabbed a few of them, but you're snatching the things of a little girl. Don't you know shame? Bu Luqing coldly snorted. He didn't reply. He only looked at Jun Shiju and Dukyu. Both of them didn't have any fear on their faces. Their bodies were straight, and they didn't have the slightest bit of timidity. Fine. Bu Luqing coldly snorted and said, I won't force you if that's the case. But I don't want others to say that I'm bullying the weak. It won't look good on my face. He turned around to leave after he had finished speaking. After all, it would have been a big loss of face if he'd been rejected despite his status. Bulu Qing didn't want to stay here any longer. Suddenly, a burst of energy vibrated in the air. Another white-clothed man floated over. His white shadow appeared. He had already arrived on the scene. He elegantly bowed with his hands clasped in front. I've been summoned by Senior. Greetings to Senior Bu. Greetings to Senior Ning. Bulu Qing snorted. Then, he rolled his eyes and said, Do you law enforcement officers also need spirit beasts? Why are you here? The man in white smiled and said, That's not it. It's just that this Brother Shao violated the rules set by the enforcers and came to the upper three heavens for his own selfish reasons. I had no choice but to come and take a look. He paused for a while before he continued. As for the spirit beasts, I don't dare to touch them. Bulu Qing snorted. He glared at Xiao Changfeng and said, This fatty is quite charming. He actually attracted the law enforcers of the heaven to follow him. Xiao Changfeng had long been silent like a cicada in winter, cold sweat flowing down his back. Even he himself didn't know that a heaven layer enforcer had followed him down the stairs. At this time, Emo Qingwu was hiding behind Chu Yang. She saw that Xiao Changfeng was angry, but didn't dare to say anything. Moreover, he had lowered his head. So, he looked even more like a rubber ball. She immediately felt that it was funny. So, she moved close to Chu Yang's ear and said, Elder brother Chu Yang, that short fatty is really fun to play with. Hee hee. Her voice was very soft. So, Chu Yang could only vaguely hear it. However, Xiao Changfeng had a high cultivation level. He heard it clearly. His face immediately turned angry. He looked at Emo Qingwu with a cold and sinister gaze. He thought to himself, Wait until these two people leave. I'll teach you a lesson. The little thing in Emo Qingwu's pocket also heard it when she spoke. It couldn't help but be curious. So, it stuck out half of its head from the pocket. It wanted to sneak a look at that short fatty. Xiao Changfeng glanced over and immediately saw the small spirit beast's head in Emo Qingwu's pocket. His eyes immediately lit up. Could it be Wind Fox? Wouldn't my purpose of coming down here be achieved if I get this thing? He rolled his eyes. Then, he lowered his head. You can go now. Bulu Qing looked at Xiao Changfeng and said coldly, Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Get lost. Xiao Changfeng's fat body trembled. He said, This junior will follow Senior's orders. I won't dare to act recklessly. He rolled his eyes and said, It's just that this little girl is a person that my clan has issued strict orders to arrest. This junior wants to take her away. I ask Senior to help me. He pointed at Emo Qingwu as he said this. Chu Yang was furious. He took a step forward, but he didn't get enough time to speak. He saw Bulu Qing frown and look at Xiao Changfeng. Your clan ordered you to come down here and capture this little girl? Yes. Xiao Changfeng said respectfully, I ask Senior to help this junior this time on account of your friendship with my ancestor, Xiao Chenyu. The Xiao Chenyu he was talking about was the founder of one of the great clans, the Xiao clan. He had a friendship with Bulu Qing in those days. However, he disappeared not long after. Bulu Qing suddenly heard the name of his old friend from 10,000 years ago. He couldn't help but feel frustrated. It seemed as if the past 10,000 years were all in front of him. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh and said, Morning rain and evening sun don't regret the sword. Autumn and spring waves meet the wind. Haha, 10,000 years. All right, this old man will help you. Xiao Changfeng couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart. He said, Thank you very much, Senior. Bulu Qing coldly snorted and said, What you want is the wind fox in her pocket, right? Haha. But I'll help you because you mentioned a name from 10,000 years ago. And it touched my state of mind. But I'll help you. But that doesn't mean that I won't punish you. If everyone in the world thinks that I, Bulu Qing, am a fool like you, wouldn't that make this old man lose face? He angrily snorted as he said this. This snort was like a huge hammer that came down from the sky. Xiao Changfeng's left shoulder suddenly got smashed into pieces. He screamed miserably. His complexion turned deathly pale. He trembled as he said, Thank you very much for your lesson, senior. Go, Bu Luqing coldly said. Xiao Changfeng turned his head and straightened his body. His arm had just been crippled, but he still didn't put these mere king-level experts in his eyes since he was a monarch-level expert. Clang, clang, clang. Gu Duxing, Luo Kudi, and GMO unsheathed their swords at the same time. The snow-filled sky suddenly became bleak and desolate. A heavy and vigorous aura suddenly erupted. Dong Wushang slowly pulled out his black saber. Gu Duxing raised his eyebrows. His eyebrows were like swords. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. His body was as straight as a sword. He and his sword seemed to have turned into an inseparable whole at this moment. He emitted a cold, murderous aura as he locked onto Xiao Changfeng. Dong Wushang raised his eyebrows. It was as if two treasured sabers had been unsheathed at the same time. His gaze was like two flying sabers that flew horizontally and horizontally. His entire body seemed to have turned into a big saber that wanted to cut through the world. His body slightly bent forward like a leopard that was about to hunt its prey. He locked onto Xiao Changfeng. Chu Yang took a step forward and stood in front of Mo Qingwu. He put his hands behind his back and proudly looked at Xiao Changfeng. The sword spirit had received Chu Yang's instructions. He was already fully concentrated. Take over Chu Yang's body. I must use all 10 moves of the Calamity Sword within one strike to eliminate this nauseating short and fat man. I won't hesitate even if I have to expose my identity in front of these two supreme-level experts. Bu Luqing exclaimed in surprise. Then, he muttered, 5 top-notch constitutions. They have guts and courage. What a pity. It was obvious that Chu Yang and the other 4 weren't a match for Xiao Changfeng in his eyes. However, he had already made a promise. So, he wouldn't change his mind. Xiao Changfeng ferociously roared, Go. The 3 of them pounced forward at the same time. Go fuck your mother. A voice suddenly came down. Immediately after, a voice from high up in the sky shouted, This fat pig. Do you dare to touch a finger of that little girl's? Why don't you try? However, this voice was a little too late. Xiao Changfeng's fat body had already pounced forward. He couldn't take it back even if he wanted to. Anyone in his place wouldn't have the slightest scruple, because Bu Luqing had spoken. Moreover, he had agreed. So, who would dare to stop him? Therefore, Xiao Changfeng hadn't thought that this matter could still cause problems. He obviously knew that Ning Tianya was also here. However, Bu Luqing had spoken. Could it be that Ning Tianya wouldn't give him face? This was something that had to be given. He would have given it if he were in Bu Luqing's place. Therefore, he nimbly pounced forward. He carried the momentum of a thunderbolt. Therefore, it was a tragedy for him. He hadn't thought that the current Ning Tianya wouldn't care about Bu Luqing's face. Ning Tianya had been waiting in the sky. He hadn't come down to reveal his true purpose. He clearly knew the preciousness of this heavenly body and innate spirit meridians. He was afraid that Bu Luqing would discover Mo Qingwu's aptitude if he exposed his purpose. Then, Bu Luqing would snatch her away from him. Both of them had lived for so long. However, they had always adhered to the principle of, better to have nothing than to have something shoddy. So, neither of them had accepted any disciple. However, both of them had a knot in their hearts. Don't tell me that there's no inheritance for these supreme skills. Will these earth-shattering martial arts become a legend when I leave this world one day? Ning Tianya put himself in Bu Luqing's shoes. He knew that he would have snatched her away if he were Bu Luqing. Therefore, he hadn't acted blindly without thinking. As long as Bu Luqing left, everything would be fine. However, he hadn't expected that Bu Luqing would leave after losing a lot of face. This damn fatty had made such a move. He had set his sights on Mo Qingwu. Ning Tianya was so angry that his stomach was about to burst. If human flesh could be eaten, he would have already chewed and swallowed this fatty long ago. Fuck. This wretched and short fatty is a damned shit stirrer. How could Ning Tianya remain calm when he saw this fatty pouncing towards his disciple? However, his shout didn't have any effect on him. Ning Tianya's anger rose from the bottom of his heart. Then, he jumped down. Xiao Changfeng was about to catch Mo Qingwu when Gu Duxing and the others arrived on their flying swords. Xiao Chongfeng's body suddenly disappeared. Looking over in the blink of an eye, he saw that Xiao Chongfeng was already lifted up in midair by an old man wearing a gray robe with one hand, while the other hand slapped him thrice. Is this old man's words so unreliable? Chapter 521. Xiao Chongfeng felt dizzy and disoriented. His heart and guts had been torn apart. His entire body had turned ice cold. How did I manage to get rid of Bu Luqing with great difficulty? But Ning Tianya is still thinking about me? I'm done for. Senior, please spare my life. Xiao Chongfeng was about to beg for mercy, but Ning Tianya had already thrown him up. He then grabbed Xiao Chongfeng's ankle with one hand and smashed him on a big rock like a meteor hammer. He then angrily cursed, "Do you think that this old man won't dare to touch you because you have Bu Luqing's support?" Xiao Chongfeng only had time to say half a sentence. "Senior, please consider my Xiao clan," before he was already swung onto the big rock. The second half of his sentence was smashed away along with the flesh and blood of his entire body. "Do I have to touch you? Surnamed Xiao? So what if his surname is Xiao? Even if you are a bastard from one of the ruling clans of the upper three heavens, this old man will still smash you." Memory's old man Ning Tianya cursed as he swung. By the third time, Xiao Chongfeng's fat body had already turned into a pile of minced meat. There was only a smelly foot left in Ning Tianya's hand. Ning Tianya threw out the smelly foot with a loud bang. His anger hadn't subsided yet. "You actually dare to threaten me with the big clans? This world is crazy." Then, Ning Tianya stretched out his hands and roared furiously, "Die!" Two sharp bursts of energy exploded. The remaining two experts of the Xiao clan did not make a sound. They did not even have the time to beg for mercy. With a bang, their bodies exploded like firecrackers. Bu Luqing's pupils shrank. This Ning Tianya often yells and screams, but he has never been this angry. Why? Seeing that Ning Tianya's body had unexpectedly blocked in front of that little girl again, he couldn't help but think, could it be related to this little girl? Ning Tianya waved his hand and said to that heavenly layer law enforcer, "Well, there's nothing for you to do. The short and fat man you were in charge of supervising is already dead. You can go back to the upper three heavens." He shouted arrogantly as if he was the law enforcer's superior. "Yes, Junior will take his leave." The man in white smiled bitterly, bowed to both of them, and turned to leave. He thought to himself that the Xiao clan had suffered a loss this time. Xiao Chongfeng had died in the hands of Ning Tianya, and the Xiao clan probably wouldn't even dare to mention it. They could only pinch their noses and admit it. If they were to deal with Ning Tianya, cough cough, the white-robed man thought for a while. It seemed that the Xiao clan still did not possess such strength now. Unless they invited the few old ancestors to come out and besiege him, it seemed that the chances of victory were not great. Forget it. What does this have to do with me? I just have to bring the news back and be done with it. The man in white left. Ning Tianya stood upright in front of Mo Qingwu. He ignored the thanks of Gu Duxing and the others and said, "You guys should also leave." He was talking to Jun Shizhu and Duke Yu. Then, he added, "Little girl, your surname is June, right?" Jun Shizhu replied, "Yes. I don't know who Senior is." "Yes, you are a descendant of the Jun family." "Yes, yes." Ning Tianya waved his hand. Let's go. If you have time to see that old but immortal ancestor of yours, tell him that Ning Tianya wants to have a drink with him." Jun Shizhu remained silent for a while. She wanted to say, "I don't know where that legendary ancestor is now. Moreover, the Jun clan has long been gone." However, she swallowed this thought back to her mind. However, it would seem that she was asking for help if she had said so. Jun Shizhu didn't like this feeling. Therefore, she bowed respectfully and said, "This junior will take her leave in that case. I will certainly pass on your message if I see the old ancestor." She nodded and bid farewell to Chu Yang. Then, she and Duke Yu led the dark bamboo and left with a whistling sound. "You still haven't left?" Ning Tianya had steeled his heart to remove all obstacles. "So," he said to the empty Bu Luqing, go quickly, I will come and find you for a fight in a few days. Bu Lu Qing snorted. He looked at Ning Tianya with great interest and said, Why would I stay for a few days? If you want to fight, we can do it now. How about we go to the Wind and Thunder platform and have a big fight now? I don't have time right now, Ning Tianya replied without any trace of politeness. You go quickly? He kept urging Bu Lu Qing to leave. However, the more he urged Bu Lu Qing, the more doubtful Bu Lu Qing became. So, Bu Lu Qing didn't leave and said, You don't have time? How come I don't see you busy? I have something to do. Ning Tianya roared. Bu Lu Qing stroked his smooth chin. There was a thought-provoking look in his eyes as he said, Old Ning, you haven't taken a fancy to these 5 youngsters, have you? To be honest, these 5 little guys have good constitution, especially the one beside you who uses a saber, and the other one who uses a sword. They are all heaven-sent geniuses. You want to accept disciples? The hearts of Gu Duxing and the others tightened when they heard this. What if a supreme-level expert accepts them as disciples? Luoku Di and Ji Mo's eyes lit up. They were eager to give it a try. However, Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang looked at each other and saw the firmness in each other's eyes. Nonsense. Ning Tianya's heart skipped a beat as he said, I don't fancy these 5 little guys. Haha, these 2 little guys won't go with you even if you fancy them. Bu Lu Qing mischievously laughed. Unless you want the other 2 who use swords. Ning Tianya was startled. He had heard the hidden meaning in Bu Lu Qing's words. He turned his head to look at Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang and sized them up. Then, he let out a long sigh and said, Yes, these 2 won't go with anyone. On the other side, Chu Yang was somewhat puzzled. He asked, Why does Senior say so? Chu Yang was obviously reluctant to part with his brothers. But he also knew that this was a great fortune. Gu Duxing and the others' future achievements would be limitless if they were accepted as disciples by the 2 supreme-level experts. Moreover, the time it would take would be shortened by a lot. Ning Tianya looked at Chu Yang from the corner of his eyes and said, You obviously can't see it with your little eyesight. One of these 2 little guys has sword bones all over his body, and the other has saber blood all over his body. They aren't heaven-sent geniuses with special constitutions, but they already have the embryonic form of a great master with a saber and a sword. They will only cripple themselves if they follow us and practice our martial arts. He insipidly said, People like them can only fight in the Jianghu with a saber and a sword. They can only walk on the path of a great master as long as they don't die in the end. Bu Lu Qing chuckled in the sky. There have been many such people since ancient times. But there are very few who can truly become a great master without dying. That's because this is a path full of thorns. Every step is filled with murderous intent. It's really a path of death. Embryonic form of a great master. Chu Yang's eyes flashed. He looked at his 2 brothers and couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. As for the other 2, they're indifferent. Ning Tianya looked at Luo Kudi and Jigua from the corner of his eyes. These 2 are glib-tongued and slippery. They're slippery and slippery. They're 2 big slippery fellows. They exude a sense of mischievousness from head to toe. Even a supreme-level expert would be angered to death by them sooner or later if they were accepted as disciples. Bu Lu Qing laughed out loud in the sky. He agreed and said, Yes. Moreover, these 2 guys' aptitudes aren't very good. Their ruthlessness is somewhat fixed. They can't be changed if they don't work hard. They're indeed not good material to be disciples. Luo Ku Di and Jimo's faces darkened. They felt indignant in their hearts. Are the 2 of us so unbearable? Fuck, we can't be angered to death by us. We can't beat you 2. If we could beat you, we would have beaten you 2 old bastards to death right here. And you're still talking about angering us to death? How slow would that be? Their roots are somewhat fixed. They can't be changed if they don't work hard. We must change it. The reverence in their hearts towards the supreme-level experts suddenly vanished like smoke in thin air as they thought of this. They straightened their backs, straightened their necks, and raised their heads. However, they tilted their heads and looked to one side. An untamed feeling rose in their hearts. You said that the 2 of us were unbearable. We'll show you what we can do. Fuck. We must let the world know that the supreme level experts can also be wrong. Two old bastards. Fuck. Bah. Bu Luqing and Ning Tianya looked at each other. Chu Yang pondered for a moment. Then, he lowered his head. He didn't want Luo Ku Di and GMO to see the gratitude in his eyes. He was grateful to Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing. Luo Ku Di, GMO, and Miao Butong had always been Chu Yang's biggest worry. These three people's roots were in the upper echelons. However, they were definitely not top-notch. However, Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing had indisputable top-notch aptitudes. The brothers seemed to be on par with each other now. However, the gap between them wasn't big. Once they reached a higher level, these three people would definitely be pulled further and further away from each other. This was something that no one could help with. Even if Chu Yang used elixirs to continuously improve, it would be impossible for him to catch up with the overall progress. If he used too many elixirs, it would be completely harmful to them. Moreover, Miao Butong was a little stronger. However, Luo Ku Di and GMO were born lazy. Moreover, they belonged to the type of people who didn't have any goals in life. They were the type of people who would just muddle along and wait for death. Chu Yang had always wanted to change them. However, he didn't know where to start. Today, the two supreme-level experts had, unintentionally, shaped the direction of their life's efforts. They had changed them from the root. Although it was just two short sentences, the effect of these two sentences was unparalleled. The words were the same. However, the effect would be completely different if they were spoken by different people. If Xie Danqiong and Ao Xie Yun had said the words of Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing, GMO and Luo Ku Di would have fought them to the death. Because this was the contempt of jealousy. If Chu Yang had said it, the two of them would have had a grudge in their hearts. Are you saying that the two of us aren't compatible? Therefore, Chu Yang had never said it. However, when it came from Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing's mouths, it was a kind of final decision. This had instead aroused the fighting spirit of Luo Ku Di and GMO. However, Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing were now looking at Chu Yang. Both of them shook their heads. There was some confusion in their eyes. This was because they couldn't see through this youngster's physique. It was obviously a very trashy root. However, there was too much uncertainty. What was going on? However, Bu Luqing looked away after a glance. He smiled and said, Ning Tianya, move aside. Let me look at the little girl behind you. Ning Tianya jumped up as if he had been stung by a scorpion. Why? He was angry and anxious. Motherfucker. I knew that this bastard would stay here and not leave. It felt wrong. Today, I had a headache for the whole day. My temples have been throbbing in pain since the early hours of the morning. It's extremely uncomfortable. I got up early in the morning and went to the hospital for a checkup. They said that I was too tired and had a slight migraine. However, it doesn't matter. I'll be fine after some rest. They told me not to panic. The doctor asked me, "Did you stay up all night yesterday?" I said, "I didn't stay up all night yesterday. However, I've been staying up all night for more than 3 years." The doctor was startled and said, "Are you a god? You're still alive after staying up all night for 3 years? Your headache hasn't killed you yet." I was immediately speechless. This guy is too ignorant. Let's take a look. Let's not talk about me staying up all night for 3 years. There are also many people who have stayed up all night for more than 10 years. I'll go out and stroll. I'll find a high place. I'll go to the ends of the earth. There's no wind today. It's a rare good weather. Chapter 522. Ning Tianya was very depressed. He had been hoping that Bu Luqing would leave quickly. But the opposite party was here to talk nonsense with him. After all, both sides had been friends for thousands of years. How could he ignore the opposite party's words? He said a few words, and also gave these little guys some pointers. It could be seen that these people were very concerned about his little disciple. Ning Tianya admired them very much. But Bu Luqing suddenly said that he wanted to see his little disciple? How could that be? Didn't he see that he had been blocking the little girl? Even when the little girl came out of curiosity, he had also blocked her without leaving a trace. Why? Wasn't it because he didn't want Bu Luqing to see her? You've worked so hard for so long, and you want to see her? Fuck, you want to see her just by touching her lips? How could it be so easy? What if you can't take it out after seeing it? I firmly refuse. Bu Luqing's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. He had deliberately led the topic to the matter of accepting a disciple. He wanted to see this old guy's reaction. Sure enough, this old guy immediately became nervous. Humph. What else could it be if he didn't fancy that little girl? But what's so good about this little girl? She's worth this old guy's painstaking effort for? Why can't I see it? Bu Luqing was curious. I must see her. I won't snatch your disciple. What's there to be afraid of? Bu Luqing said unhappily. He sighed and said, only our disciples will continue the dispute between us after we leave this world. It's just like how the disciples of Qin Feng and Lu Yun compete for the reputation of their sections. How can I feel at ease accepting a disciple if I don't take a look at your disciple? Ning Tianya was in a dilemma. He was conflicted for a long time. Then, he said, you really won't snatch her from me? Bu Luqing was displeased. He said, you old thing, you are really narrow-minded. I, Bu Luqing, am a reputable person in this heavenly layer. How can I do such a tasteless thing like snatching a disciple from someone else? Chu Yang was worried and happy at the same time. So, this supreme martial artist has taken a fancy to Mo Qing Wu. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to see little Wu for a long time if he were to take her away. But he was happy that Mo Qing Wu would be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. At this time, Ning Tianya finally moved his body unwillingly and revealed the small body that had been blocking behind him all along. He still didn't feel at ease as he said, didn't we agree that you won't snatch it from me? Bu Luqing nodded indifferently. Yes, I won't follow you. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and two beams of white light shot out from his eyes. He exclaimed softly, I skin jade bone? With a schwa sound, he descended from the sky. It turned out that Mo Qing Wu had heard these two people arguing over her. So, she couldn't help but tightly grab Chu Yang's lapel with her small hand. Because of this grab, a small part of her snow-white wrist was exposed. At this moment, Bu Luqing's gaze landed on this wrist. A tremor ran through the air. Ning Tianya's complexion changed. He took 2 steps forward and warned, you said that you won't snatch it from me. Bu Luqing's eyes roamed around Mo Qing Wu's body. Then, he unconsciously said, are you kidding me? It's not only ice skin jade bone, but also heavenly in body? Hiss. It's actually innate spirit meridians. Bu Luqing finally discovered something when he sensed the changes in the spirit energy around Mo Qing Wu's body. He gasped with a hiss sound and was completely stunned. After a long time, Bu Luqing suddenly raised his head and burst into loud laughter. No wonder that old bastard Ning Tianya hid it from me. It turns out that it's such a treasure. Such a treasure. You, Ning Tianya, want to quietly take it for yourself? How can it be so cheap? What are you laughing at? Ning Tianya looked at him vigilantly. He clenched his teeth and said, old bastard, you said that you won't snatch it from me. I'll definitely take this disciple. Bu Luqing's eyes sparkled as he said in a resolute and decisive manner. Then, he said in a soft voice, little girl, can you worship me as your master? Your master is very powerful. He's #1 in the world. If you worship me as your master, the title of #1 in the world will be yours sooner or later. Ning Tianya almost vomited blood. He angrily said, Bu Luqing, don't tell me that you're talking nonsense. He fiercely glared at him. His anger surged like a mountain. You said that you won't snatch it from me. Bu Luqing rolled his eyes and said, do you believe what I said? Ning Tianya staggered in anger. He said as if he wanted to vomit blood. You are shameless. Bu Luqing, how can you be so shameless? Bu Luqing rubbed his hands. He felt somewhat embarrassed and said, old Ning, you can't blame me for this. How could I know that the person you're looking for has ice skin jade bone? Moreover, she has heavenly in body and is blessed by the heavens. Moreover, she has innate spirit meridians and immortal physique. I said that I won't snatch it from you. But, am I still human if I don't snatch it from you when I meet such a rare talent? Ning Tianya's entire body trembled with anger. You say it yourself. How shameless are your words. Bu Luqing gently and elegantly said, Old Ning, don't get angry. We're both over 10,000 years old. It's not good to get angry. It's harmful to the body. So, tell me what conditions you want to give me this disciple. I don't want any conditions. Ning Tianya roared. I'll give you the 10,000-year-old snow lotus. I'll also give you the heavenly weapon and the mysterious soul. I'll also give you the sky-green mushroom. How about it? Bu Luqing said with a smile. Those things, you can keep them and take them to your grave. Ning Tianya burst into anger. Can you snatch my disciple? I admit that you're number one in the world. Is that good enough? Bu Luqing said, I'll make an announcement in the upper three heavens tomorrow. I'll say that you're the number one expert in the world. And I, Bu Luqing, was forced to flee in embarrassment by you. Is that good enough? Bu Luqing sincerely said, Old Ning, I'm sincere. I'm sincere. I don't even care about my reputation. I don't even care about my face. The sacrifice I'm making isn't small. Ning Tianya spat out a mouthful of saliva. His face and neck turned red. What reputation and face do you still have? You went back on your words a moment ago. And you're still boasting about your reputation and face. He gasped for breath and loudly said, I used to think that you were a big shot, but it seems that I was gravely mistaken. I was blind. Bu Luqing's reputation and face added together can't even compare to a single hair on my feet. Bu Luqing's complexion gradually changed. He coldly said, Old Ning, give me a straightforward answer. Will you give me this disciple or not? What will it take for you to give her up? Ning Tianya resolutely said, I won't give her up even if you twist my head off. You won't give her up? Bu Luqing's eyes became more and more dangerous. I won't give her up no matter what. Ning Tianya panted. You and I will be irreconcilable if you don't give her up today. Bu Luqing was somewhat anxious. When have you ever been irreconcilable with me? Ning Tianya snorted. He disdainfully said, How come I don't know about it? Chu Yang and the others watched these two supreme experts quarrel in front of them. They were somewhat dumbfounded. Chu Yang was the first to recover. He moved close to Imo Qingwu's ear and said, These two want to accept you as their disciple. Imo Qingwu pitifully whispered, But I don't want to be their disciple. I don't want to leave you. Elder brother Chu Yang. Imo Qingwu's voice was very soft. But what kind of cultivation did these two supreme experts have? How could they not hear her? Both of them turned their heads and looked at the little girl. Chu Yang's purpose was obviously to maximize the benefits. So, he obviously didn't say anything when he saw that these two old guys had heard her. He just stood aside with a smile. Let's fight. The more we fight, the more benefits the little girl will get. The little girl's lips were pouting and flattening. Her eyes were a little red. She looked at these two supreme experts with resentment. She pouted when she saw them looking at her. She snorted and turned her head away. Then, she stuffed her little head into Chu Yang's bosom. Ning Tianya was somewhat petrified. Did I hear it wrong? The two of us are almost fighting here. So, the little girl doesn't want to be his disciple? Ha ha ha. Bu Luqing finally held his belly and laughed. I thought that you, Old Ning, had already taken care of this little girl. So, I wasted my breath here. But, you didn't succeed after all this time. That's good. Very good. Good my ass. Ning Tianya's breathing was heavy. Then, he turned his face and said with a benevolent look, Little girl, you see, I can help you fulfill all your wishes as long as you acknowledge me as your master. Moreover, look at that man. He looks like a human, but he eats people without spitting out their bones. He's too scary. You won't have a good life if you become his disciple. Ning Tianya was trying to tempt and scare her. He was resorting to every possible means. Being with elder brother Chu Yang is my wish. The little girl shook her head vigorously. She grabbed Chu Yang's lapel with all her might. My wish has been fulfilled. I don't need your help anymore. Bu Luqing also came over. He thought for a long time. Then, he suddenly took out something from his bosom. He smiled kindly. Come, little girl. This is for you. Haha, it's fun, right? Tell me, what's your name? My name is Imo Qingwu. Emo Qingwu shrank back in fear. She curiously looked at the little person in his palm. It was made entirely out of purple crystal essence. It was shining brightly. It seemed very fun. Emo Qingwu? Good name. Bu Luqing praised her non-stop. He demonstrated. You see, this little person fights by itself when you move like this. And it somersaults when you move like this. And it moves like this. Emo Qingwu looked curiously. Her eyes became brighter and brighter. Wow, it's really fun. Ning Tianya immediately became anxious. He searched his body with both hands. But he couldn't find anything. He was away from home. He didn't even bring a weapon with him. So, why would he bring such a small toy to coax a child? He became anxious when he saw that Bu Luqing had closed the relationship with the little girl in an instant. Bu Luqing was very proud of himself. He said, Mo Qingwu. I'll call you Little Wu, okay? Okay. Emo Qingwu nodded. She fiddled with the purple crystal little person in her palm. She said without raising her head, That's what my mother calls me. Mother. Bu Luqing looked a little embarrassed. Then, he said softly, Look at this thing. Isn't it fun? I have a lot of it as long as you come back with me. He went out for a stroll. His head hurt more and more. He had no choice but to do a head massage. He felt a little better. He quickly came back to write this chapter. Hey, the quality is really good. It's written very well. I'll sleep early tonight to restore my energy. I can finally take the medicine now. I didn't dare to take the medicine that I brought back because it has a sleeping effect. It's said that the effect is quite strong. I've finished writing now. Although it's only 2 chapters, it's enough to account for everyone. I'm relieved. I can finally take the medicine and sleep. To celebrate being able to sleep early, I'm begging for a monthly vote. I didn't explode today. If you want to vote, vote. If you don't want to vote, I won't force you. Anyway, thank you. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.